Chapter 100. Danny frowned and said, "My subordinates have no slaves. From this moment on, don't call me master, and don't call yourself a villain." Missandei looked at her with some fear and whispered, "Then what should I call master?" "You call yourself Calixi, or princess." Danny corrected her. "I understand, Calixi." Missandei looked at the long line of Unsullied in confusion. "Aren't they slaves? Soon they won't be." Danny sighed and did not correct her villain again. She asked, "Are the Unsullied very obedient?" In fact, the benevolent Lord only taught them two things, martial arts and obedience. If you don't allow them to breathe, they will think it's easier than disobeying orders. "What if I order them to become free people?" Danny asked again. Missandei hesitated. "No one has ever given the Unsullied freedom. I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will be at a loss and then do whatever you say." Whitebeard interjected, "Westeros prohibits slave trading. If the Queen asks them to commit suicide after regaining the throne, will they do so?" "Yes." Missandei's eyes dimmed and she whispered, "But the Unsullied are very valuable. They can be sold if they are no longer useful." "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Whitebeard is joking. I said that my subordinates have no slaves. They will all become free people." Danny comforted the little girl and asked curiously, "You don't want them to commit suicide? Is one of them your friend? Did she really have a relationship with Grey Worm?" But she was only 10 years old. No, I don't. I don't have any Unsullied friends," the little girl said with difficulty. "Did your relatives also become Unsullied?" Cora asked in surprise. Yes, Missandei lowered her eyes and whispered, "I have 3 brothers who have become Unsullied, knights. But you are only 10 years old. The Unsullied training takes 10 years. Danny was puzzled. "This lowly one was sold to Astapor with my brothers when I was 1 or 2 years old. Of the 5 brothers, only 2 completed the Unsullied training. This lowly one had some talent in languages and became the benevolent Lord's secretary," Missandei said sadly. Danny leaned over and patted her little head sympathetically. She asked softly, "Then do you still remember your hometown, Nass Island? When I was 3 years old, a brother described an island as beautiful as paradise to me. After he died, no one told me about it again. Now I only remember that there were many beautiful butterflies on Nass Island," Missandei murmured, her golden eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Danny slapped the saddle and announced, "Missandei, you and your brother are free. Tomorrow. In a few days, I will arrange for a ship to send you back to Nass Island, to your hometown. You can see for yourself how beautiful the butterflies there are, and see the paradise your brother once described." Unexpectedly, the girl did not cheer when she heard this. Instead, she looked terrified and said in a panic, "This lowly one wants to stay, to serve you. You." Danny saw the fear in Missandei's eyes and could not say anything else. "I will send you home," she decided in her heart but did not say anything else. The girl had been trained by the slave master for so many years, and she had probably experienced many similar tests. This girl's experience is a little similar to mine. Danny sighed and said to Whitebeard and Cora, "We were both born on an island and lost our parents when we were young. We were stranded in a foreign land and became slaves. You are not a slave." Whitebeard frowned. "Ha!" Danny glanced at Cora and laughed. "Ask Sir Mormont if I was sold to the Horse King by Illyrio and Viserys." Mormont blushed and lowered his head in silence. In theory, Danny and Lys were really slaves. Illyrio had taken the lead, and Drogo had used the Iron Throne or 20,000 roaring warriors to buy a noble birth tool from Viserys. Tut tut tut, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. The few of them turned around to look, only to find Yuluan hurriedly whipping his horse to rush over. "Nay," Yuluan pulled on the reins, and the horse raised its front hooves and stopped by the side of the road, bringing up yellow dust that blurred everyone's vision. Your Majesty, we are already 4 or 5 miles out of the city. Why are you still not letting me go? Yulun shouted. I'm the one who finds it strange. Danny frowned and waved her hand to remove the dust from her mouth and nose. Why are you still following behind my team? Yulun was stunned for a moment before saying, I can leave. But, where are my sailors? Didn't you promise that you would release them together? Your pirate crew is at the city gate. Didn't you see them? Whitebeard asked. No. Yulun was confused. I thought, hey, you went the wrong way. Cora laughed. We left from the main gate of Astapor, but your crew was at the gate near the dock. Yulun, hee hee hee. Danny was also amused. You followed us for more than an hour, and now you realize? Damn old man, you are so bad. Yulun pointed at Whitebeard and scolded. This guy only said that my men were outside the city gate. Whitebeard stroked his long white beard and said helplessly, we took the land route and had to go north for thousands of miles to enter the Sea of Grass. Didn't your men take the sea route back to the Westeros? Of course they had to stay at the dock. You left Serenity behind? Yulun was surprised. You wish. The ship is mine. Grohl's 3 ships were cargo ships, but Yulun's ship was a warship. Danny still wanted to keep it to seize control of the sea, so why would she give it back to him? Then how do I go back to the Westeros? Swim back. Yulun sneered. Her Highness left 500 gold coins for you. You can let your sailors work for the ship. No matter what, it will be enough for you to go back to the 7 kingdoms without worrying about food and drink, Whitebeard said. Yulun looked deeply at Danny, then rode away. Danny looked around and said, it's about time. We will set up camp here today. When they left Astapor, there were fields on both sides of the road. They planted wheat, fruits, and olive trees. After walking for more than an hour, the road began to grow weeds, and the wheat fields disappeared. It was a wilderness. Whether or not the Unsullied were the strongest had yet to be verified, but their discipline and obedience were definitely the best in the world. Danny gave the order, and in just half an hour, they changed from a marching group of 5 to a square formation of 100 on the grassland. One had to know that the entire team was 3 kilometers long. Danny didn't need to shout at them one by one. She only needed to let the few dozen people in front understand her meaning, and the Unsullied would pass the order down. Because of this, Danny understood that even though they were all Unsullied, they still had a relatively complete military rank system. In stark contrast to the Unsullied, the nearly 1,000 centaur slaves had their shackles removed, but the slave collars still hung around their necks. Danny was prepared to use the centaurs, who weren't that servile yet, as an example, so she also had the centaur slaves form a 100 by 10 formation on the other side of the Unsullied. In the end, she saw a puddle of mud. The centaur line was like mud. Helpless, she could only have the centaurs hold hands and form a circle around the Unsullied army. In other words, more than 900 centaurs surrounded the Unsullied army. After another hour of tossing and turning, Danny had more than 200 centaurs scatter around to prevent any caravans from accidentally intruding into their camp. Yep, there were only about 60 dragon horses left. Later, Danny had Cora buy 100 more from Apasta. Basically, every male centaur was given a horse. The women and children rode on cheaper and more docile mules. Riding slowly in front of the Unsullied formation, Danny shouted at Kue Luo and the others, release the true dragon's chains. Hiss, the 3 young dragons that had been trapped for 3 to 4 days raised their heads and cried out. Then, they kicked off with their legs and flapped their cotton-sized wings vigorously. With a whoosh of the wind, they leaped into the air. Hiss, 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 the 3 young dragons the size of ponies circled above Danny's head. Under the noon sun, the shadows cast by them flickered on the faces of the Unsullied and the centaur slaves. The centaur slaves had expressions of fear and reverence. The granite faces of the Unsullied also changed to surprise, reverence, curiosity. Blackie, listen to my orders. Later, bring your brothers and breathe fire together. Dany told the black dragons in her mind to prepare the background music. The mother of dragons was about to make a dazzling appearance. Then, she picked up a metal horn from her saddle and shouted at the top of her lungs, I am Dany Rise of the Stormborn, heir to the Targaryen dynasty, Khaleesi of the Great Plains, mother of dragons. Finally, after Mother of Dragons finished speaking, Blackie immediately opened his mouth and roared with all his might. Hiss, then, with a boom, he spewed out a blood-red dragon flame that was 7 to 8 meters long. Hiss boom. The white and green dragons also roared and breathed fire. 3 brightly colored dragons and 3 billowing dragon flames seemed to form a flaming crown above Dany's head. Whether it was the Unsullied, the Centaur slaves, or even Whitebeard and the others who had just joined the team, they were all shocked. After playing the special effects, Dany raised her hand and the 3 dragons stopped roaring and spewing dragon flames. She shouted into the horn, there will be no more slaves in my team. Now, I can cut off the slave collars on your necks, as long as you say, I want freedom, loudly. She deliberately said this sentence in Dothraki and Valeglia 4 times each. Yes, the square formation had 4 sides. Although she couldn't guarantee that everyone could hear her, at least 40% of them understood her words. Then, Dany's little silver horse came to a centaur slave and asked loudly, Slave, do you want to continue being a slave, or do you want to become a free centaur again? I. The middle-aged centaur was a little confused. I'm just a simple centaur. I've never experienced this kind of trick before. Khaleesi, give me a hint. Dany didn't care. She raised the horn and shouted in the direction of the Unsullied army, freedom must be fought for by yourself, even if it's the simplest sentence. Now, slave, continue being a slave. I'll send you back to Astapor. Shout, I want freedom, join my Khalasar, and fight for the mother of dragons. The horn rumbled in the centaur's ears. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. But Khaleesi's hint was so obvious he definitely wouldn't want to go back to Astapor. Then I'll do whatever she says. Anyway, I'm a slave. I have to listen to Master Khaleesi, I want freedom. He screamed with a twisted face. You're free, Dany announced loudly. Clack. Aggo and Haggo untied the bronze collar on his neck. Chapter 101. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the centaurs seemed to know what to do. Dany asked once, and they immediately shouted, I want freedom. This formed a habit, and the centaurs at the back waited for Dany to ride past them, and without her asking, they would scramble to be the first to shout, I want freedom, and then the Blood Alliance Guard and their Nyo-Lu would come forward to untie their slave collars. Dany started to wonder if those guys knew what she was yelling at them. But it didn't matter, the atmosphere was very lively, and it felt like a revolution was underway. Her slave liberation movement was off to a good start. After about 2 hours, Dany circled around the Unsullied army, and with the help of 20 centaurs, more than 900 slaves regained their status as free people. She could clearly feel that the Unsullied, who had been polished into emotionless rocks, now had a ripple in their hearts. Their expressions had changed. Dany nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the centaur warriors to lead the new centaurs away. She then shouted to the Unsullied, I have restored the freedom of the centaur slaves. At this moment, I declare that all 13,600 of you Unsullied are now free citizens. Even if the Unsullied had already guessed it, when they heard her words, they couldn't help but be at a loss. As Missandei had said, they only knew how to obey, and were completely at a loss. Dany of course knew that a single sentence wouldn't be able to free them from their servitude, and today's big show wasn't to help the Unsullied unlock the shackles in their hearts, but to set a glorious and great goal. In other words, soldiers only needed to obey their superiors, but the army needed souls and thoughts. For example, whether it was home or abroad, military discipline was emphasized, but different armies had different souls. America's was freedom above all else, and the great celestial empire was to serve the people. You are already free people. Danny rode her little silver horse through the ranks of the Unsullied. You can freely choose to leave, you can return to your hometowns, and find your loved ones. This was bullshit. The Unsullied started training at the age of 5, how many of them still remembered their parents and hometowns? Except for Missandei, where a few brothers were coincidentally sold to Astapor and became slaves under the same benevolent master. Is there anyone who wants to leave? You're free. Danny came to the front of the formation, stood on the saddle, and raised the harpy's finger, letting everyone see the proof of ownership of the Immaculate Legion. Did you see that? These are the shackles on your body, the slave collar around your neck. Just like that, she stood on the horse and went back and forth in the ranks 10 times. All the eunuch soldiers saw her movements. In the end, Danny shouted with a hoarse voice, "Freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Now, as long as you shout, 'Freedom,' I will help you remove the slave collar on your neck." The whole place was silent except for the faint sound of waves coming from not far away. Danny walked forward for a while and repeated her words. The Unsullied were like granite sculptures, seemingly unable to respond. Danny stood on the saddle, raised the harpy's finger, and passed through the ranks of the Unsullied. She repeated it for the 3rd time. Then, the 4th time, the 5th time, "Your Highness is wasting your energy. The Unsullied will never shout that word. They are destined to live under the whips of the slave masters for the rest of their lives." Cora sighed. Whitebeard smiled bitterly and murmured, "The children who resisted were killed by the slave masters long ago. The rest have completely lost their free will. Now I wonder if they can even think." Yes. Missandei's big golden eyes stared at the touch of silver in the gray, and her flat round face was full of determination. "My brothers still recognize me. I will secretly cry for their pain, and they will smile happily when they see me." When Danny endured the burning pain in her throat for the 58th time and shouted that sentence with a changed tone, an Unsullied on the left side of the little silver horse whispered, "I want freedom." Danny stamped her right foot, and the little silver horse obediently stopped. She looked at the Unsullied and said in a hoarse voice, "Your voice is not as loud as a woman's. I can't hear you." From. As if it was the first time he had learned the word, he said it with difficulty, but his voice was loud and clear. "I heard it, but I couldn't hear it clearly." Danny was still holding the harpy's finger high. Sweat slid down her cheeks, and her Dothraki vest was soaked. "Freedom, I want freedom," the Unsullied shouted. "You are free." Danny nodded and urged the little silver horse to continue forward, repeating that sentence for the 59th time. Then, scattered cries of "Freedom, I want freedom" rang out in the ranks. Danny smiled happily and shouted, "You are free." Then, she moved forward for a distance and repeated the previous sentence for the 60th time. This time, the Unsullied did not give her the chance to repeat it for the 61st time. Cries of "Freedom" rang out around her like a tsunami. Danny seemed to have come to a sea of sound, and she floated and sank in the water. "Freedom, freedom, 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 I want freedom." Missandei's face was full of tears. Like a small splash, she could not help but merge into the sea. "Crazy, they are all crazy. Let's go and protect Calixi." Cora's face suddenly changed and anxiously shouted to the Blood Brotherhood. "No need." Whitebeard stopped him and the centaur. Looking at the petite figure in the boiling crowd, he said with a complicated expression, "Her Highness is the safest right now. Even the gods can't hurt her." The terrifying sea of sound lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Danny's empty left hand kept pressing down. When the Unsullied calmed down again, she shouted, "All of you, 13600 Unsullied, you are all free." Danny urged the little silver horse to quickly come to the front of the ranks and shouted, "Dracaries. Valeglia, Dragon Flame." It's more stylish. As she spoke, she threw the whip high up in the air. Boom 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 boom, Big Black arrived just in time. Scorching dragon flame spewed out, and bits of golden liquid sprinkled on the grass. The Unsullied at the front of the ranks saw that the gorgeous harpy's finger was only left with a twisted and charred dragon bone. At this time, they strictly obeyed Danny's orders and did not shout, "Freedom," again, but their eyes seemed to be even more scorching than the dragon flame. "You are free. You can leave now, you can stay. You can leave at any time in the future. You can stay." Danny waited for them to completely digest her promise before continuing, "You are warriors, and I don't shy away from admitting that I need the power of warriors. Now, warriors who stay, please elect a leader who can represent your will." The Unsullied who had shouted, "Freedom," seemed to open their long-closed hearts and immediately began to whisper to each other. It was faster than Danny expected. In only 3 minutes, a dark-skinned Unsullied stepped out of the ranks and walked in front of the little silver horse. He put down the shield and spear in his hands, took off his helmet and put it under the armpit of his right arm. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Mother of Dragons, I am the commander of the Unsullied army." Danny was surprised and relieved to find that he was the first person to respond to her, "I want freedom." She dismounted and walked in front of him. She helped him up and asked, "I know you. You are the first Unsullied to be free. Tell me, what is your name?" "Your Majesty, this lowly one is called Grey Worm," he said. "Very good, Missandei has appeared, and with Grey Worm, everyone is finally here. Freedmen can freely choose their own names. You can return to your original name." "Do you still remember?" she said. "I remember." Grey Worm nodded and said, "This lowly one's name was cursed when I was born, so I was forced to become a slave. Grey Worm is the name this lowly one drew when, storm-born, Danny Lilith was liberated. It is very lucky, so I have decided to continue using it. Yes, you can choose any name for yourselves, but there is no need to call me Lowly One. You are no longer a slave." "Yes, Your Majesty." She asked again, "Why did everyone choose you as their leader?" "Not everyone. About 60% of them chose me. I have the greatest advantage." After a pause, he continued, "In the Unsullied training camp, my performance was the best. Swordsmanship, endurance, courage, especially the art of battle formations. I have the experience of leading the Unsullied to set up formations." "So that's how it is," Danny nodded and said to him, "Call the other warriors who were recommended but were not chosen." Grey Worm turned around and said a few words to the Unsullied in the first row, roughly conveying Danny's words. In just a few minutes, more than 30 Unsullied walked out one after another. The Unsullied army had a strictness that surpassed Danny's imagination. She began to believe that the Guji's army could really fight Valeglia head-on. The current Unsullied could be considered a monkey version of the Guji's army. It was said that the two empires had been fighting for several decades, and there had been a total of 5 large-scale battles. The first and second battles had been initiated by the Gujis. They wanted to conquer Valeglia and seize their dragons. The Unsullied's training method was simulated in the Guji's army. When they met Danny, those who were not chosen all took off their helmets like Grey Worm. Danny had those people stand in the front row of the Unsullied, while Grey Worm stood alone in the front row. Then, she stood in front of Grey Worm and said to all the Unsullied, "I said that I need warriors. You are now free people. You can choose to go home or stay and fight for me. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons until the last moment of my life," Grey Worm said with a resolute expression. "I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons." All the Unsullied who heard Danny's words, whether it was the commanders or the ordinary warriors in the back, did not hesitate at all. Danny pressed down with both hands, calming them down, and said solemnly, "You don't even know what I want. How can you fight for me? If I tell you to plunder cities and sell the free people of other cities to slave traders, will you be willing to fight for me?" After a moment of hesitation, Grey Worm said seriously, "I am willing." Although the others' reactions were not as enthusiastic as before, they still firmly promised, "We are willing to do anything for the Mother of Dragons. I am grateful for your loyalty to me." Danny nodded and raised her right hand with a smile. I swear to all the gods in the world, I swear on the honor of all the ancestors of House Targaryen, that I, Dany Liz Targaryen, born of the storm, will only use the power of the Unsullied for righteous causes. Righteous causes, things that benefit the majority of humans, do not include helping Targaryen fight for the Iron Throne. Chapter 102. Yuluen giggled as he raised a finger and said softly, "My asking price isn't high. A longboat, a weapon that can control a giant dragon, only one boat. It's worth it. Even if you didn't say it, I can guess that the weapon is in that woman's hands." Dan clapped his hands in frustration. "I didn't think we'd all underestimated her. She pretended not to speak Valyrian and hid her true wealth. Otherwise, with her desire for the Unsullied, we would have been able to trick her into giving up the weapon." Krasinni's face turned red and green. He gritted his teeth and said, "Send a letter to Cayuan immediately. Tell them, what can they do?" Yuluen interrupted him and sneered. "That bitch has 13,000 Unsullied. Can Cayuan's slave soldiers stop her? There's no need for war. She can't afford to feed 15,000 people. If we force her to use, what is that weapon? Tell me." Seeing Yuluen's carefree attitude, Grazidan's eyes turned dangerous. He threatened, "Remember your status. Don't force us to do what the benevolent lords are willing to do. If we're outside the city or on the sea, I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Even if I have to make you lick me, you'll gladly do it. If we're on the sea and my serenity is still here, I can easily cut off that thing between your legs and offer it to the god of storms." A vicious thought flashed through Yuluen's mind, but he still shook his head and said, "A longboat, I'll tell you everything. Similarly, my crew and I will have a place to stay. That's the basis of our cooperation. Just as the benevolent lord said, once we're at sea, who knows if you'll keep your promise. Without a ship of my own, I won't explore Valeglia again." The 8 benevolent lords looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. Krasinni stepped forward and promised, a new Gith warship. There were 3 types of ships. The first type was like the Sidurian that Dany was on. They were flat-bottomed ships with large bellies. They could carry a lot of cargo and wouldn't capsize easily in a storm. Their weaknesses were as obvious as their strengths. They were too large and relied entirely on the wind to sail. They were slow and prone to collapse when there was no wind. The second type was warships. Most of them were long ships with long and narrow bodies. They were powered by both wind and oars. The collision angle of the ship's bow was specially reinforced. In a boarding battle, it could pierce into the enemy's hull like a blade. Not only would it injure the enemy's ship, it would also form a stable springboard. Armed longships were mainly used to seize control of the sea. Due to the high requirements for the wood used to build the ships, the capital ships were also extremely expensive. After the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cersei spent 1 million gold royals to rebuild the royal fleet and only managed to build a dozen or so armed longships. But the warships were small and couldn't carry too much cargo. Yuluen had robbed so many eastern merchant ships, but Dany didn't find a single piece of silk or a jar of spices on the Serenity. Obviously, he threw away those cheap things. The third type was similar to the Summer Sun in the Blackbeard Gloria fleet. It had sails, oars, and a huge warehouse. Oared merchant ships. They had a certain escorting ability, but their speed was relatively slow and their impact was weak. They couldn't gain control of the sea. The new Gith warship that Krasinni promised was a standard armed warship. It was also the ship that Yuluen wanted the most. Oh, the new Gith armed clipper. Yuluen's interest was piqued. He leaned forward in his chair and asked curiously, a new boat or an old one? How many oars? 300 oars, more than 10 years of service, the slave owner said. 10 years? Yuluen frowned. It wasn't that the wooden ship couldn't be used for more than 10 years. The key was service, which meant that it had been fighting pirates and had been injured many times. Maybe after the new Gith Iron Legion was eliminated, It was sold to the Astapor people at a low price? Okay. He nodded slowly and said, that's a dragon's horn. Woo, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like water ripples. The ripples swept across the garden at the top of the pyramid and the entire city of Astapor. Dragon's horn. Yuluan got up in shock and ran to the side of the half-meter-thick granite wall in a few strides. He only glanced outside the city gate and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, you trash Gith people don't have any awareness of defense at all. 10,000 troops are at the city gate, and no one came to inform us. The Great Pyramid of Graz, Dan, was only one pride square away from the city gate. It was more than 200 meters away. Standing at the top of the 100-meter-tall tower, one could clearly see the Unsullied outside the city with their swords drawn. Report. As soon as Yuluan's voice fell, a Gith guard in a yellow silk cloak panted as he climbed up the stairs and said with a sobbing tone, "Good Lord, it's not good. The Queen of the Westeros has led the Unsullied to attack us." What? The good Lord, who was still in shock, was shocked. He said in disbelief, "Is she crazy? Why would she do this?" Krasny stumbled down from the high-back wooden chair, and the gorgeous toka robe on his body immediately slipped off his shoulders. He only took one look below before he collapsed to the ground like mud. "This is impossible, this," he muttered to himself. "Yesterday she gave each of us a precious dragon bone scepter. Why would she attack Astapor?" Yuluan's heart skipped a beat. He asked anxiously, "When did she give the gift?" "Before she left." "Bullshit, you fools. That's a guest's gift. It means the end of the guest's relationship with her." Yuluan was flustered and exasperated. How could they not notice such an obvious hint? You greedy slave masters had almost squeezed every gold royal out of her. Only a fool would give a gift to show her gratitude. She didn't attack us immediately. Grazadon suddenly woke up and grabbed the guard's collar as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. He roared at him like he was possessed by a horse. "Is she trying to extort money for her journey home?" "No." The Gith guard's black and red hair was in a mess. He cried and wailed, "It's over, we're all over. She doesn't want a single copper coin. She's only here to kill all the slave masters." As he spoke, he held up a roll of parchment. The slave master took it and looked at it. The text was written in Valeglia, and the title was, "The Seven Great Hatred." Grazadon could barely understand the first few: hatred for slavery, cruelty, betrayal, and violation of the teachings of the gods. But at the end, what the hell was hindering the development of civilization and hindering the harmony of society? Yuluan also came over to take a look. He did not understand the meaning of development of civilization and harmony of society. He rubbed his nose and guessed, the Targaryens converted to the Church of the Seven Gods 300 years ago. That bitch probably also believes in the Seven Gods. To the followers of the Seven Gods, 7 is the most auspicious number. That's why she made up 7 sins. Hiss, hiss, suddenly, the benevolent masters felt a darkness above their heads. Bam! There was a muffled sound, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Dragon, it's her dragon. Yuluan looked up and saw the black dragon hovering more than 50 meters above their heads. There were also small white pieces of paper falling from the sky. "Let's hurry into the pyramid." Yuluan's scabbed face seemed to be burning. He quickly ran down the stone stairs. The 8 benevolent masters did not react as quickly as he did. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen a true dragon. They could not help but look up at the sky in a daze. Dany, on the other hand, was in her dragon dream state. Other than distributing leaflets on top of the pyramid, she also wanted to gather information on the enemy. After all, other than the Immaculate Ones, there were thousands of city guards in Apasta. The benevolent masters also kept some slave soldiers. Seeing that the 8 benevolent masters were having fun with Yuluan in the garden at the top of the pyramid without a single crossbowman beside them, Blackie immediately dove down from the sky. Boom! The raging dragon flames set 3 benevolent masters and the 6 servants behind them ablaze. Ah! As if they had just woken up from a dream, the remaining 5 benevolent masters rolled and crawled, crying as they ran toward the tunnel. Hiss boom! This time, Blackie had locked onto its target. It whizzed past Graziden's head, leaving behind a 7-meter-long pillar of fire. Ah! Graziden's eyes and nose melted in the scarlet dragon flames like a candle in the heat. Hiss! Blackie circled around and saw Krasny and the other 2 benevolent masters escape into the tunnel. It roared indignantly and flew toward the next pyramid. There were 18 pyramids in the city. Above each pyramid were 500 proclamations called the Declaration of Freedom. I am the mother of dragons, the abomination of slavery, the mother of freedom. In the name of the 13,000 Immaculate Ones and the 3 Megalosaurus, I declare that you are free. Pick up your swords and kill the slave masters beside you. Remember, freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Even if you shout, I want freedom, long live freedom. Other than the pyramids, Danny did not distribute leaflets anywhere else. The Immaculate Ones could easily take down a city, but each pyramid was a fortress in itself. There were pitifully few slaves who could read. Probably not many of them could understand the leaflets they picked up, but the slave masters would definitely be able to. The leaflets were actually prepared for the Gith. They would pass on Danny's message to the slaves. For example, they would add heavier chains to the slave warriors. For example, they would whip the slaves to prevent them from rebelling. The slaves were humans. They knew how to read their master's expressions. They knew how to judge their emotions from their expressions. Those who did not know would have been hung on the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. Every time the slaves felt the fear in their master's hearts increase, the fear in their own hearts would decrease. Eventually, the fear would disappear, and they would begin to muster up their courage. Danny divided her troops into 3 groups. They guarded the main gate in the north, the east gate near the Worm River, and the dock area in the west. On the northern city wall, a Gith wearing a bronze helmet suddenly appeared. Using the shield as a shield, he shouted at the motionless army below with a metal trumpet, Immaculate Ones, protect your master, protect your city, and kill that Westeros bitch who betrayed your oath. The 5,000 Immaculate Ones were motionless like stone statues. Only the white flag with a black dragon on a white background fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 103. The one who was encouraging the Unsullied to rebel was Danny's old friend, Krasny. He wasn't the #1 slave master in Astapor, so the black dragon didn't treat him as the first target. After coming down from the pyramid, the first thing he did was to bring the 8 old harpies' fingers to the tower above the city gate. He hid behind the shield and raised the dragonbone whip and shouted. Once, the 8 good masters used their respective ancestral harpies' fingers to control the Unsullied for decades. Each whip represented the supreme authority of the good masters over the slaves. Countless slaves gave their unconditional loyalty under that whip. But now, tap, tap, tap. Apart from the fluttering of the military flag, there was the crisp sound of horse hooves. The center of the Unsullied's formation silently opened up a path on both sides. Danny rode her little silver horse slowly to the front of the army. About 30 meters away from the city gate, Whitebeard and Missandei followed behind her. The brawny Beavos held a wooden shield that was 2 meters tall and 1.4 meters wide in front of the little silver horse. Today, Danny still wore her Dothraki braid with 3 bells tied to the braid. Well, Jichi and Iri agreed that she had conquered 13,600 Unsullied yesterday afternoon. Perhaps, after today, she would add another one. However, she didn't wear a painted vest. Instead, she wore a set of dazzling armor. A 2-handed greatsword with 7 colored gems in its scabbard hung at her waist. The carving was complicated, with porcelain scales. A 3-headed dragon was carved on her chest. The white dragon and green dragon on the left and right, and the black dragon in the middle. The 3 dragons shared a blood-red body. A pure white cloak hung over her shoulders. The cloak was like the flag of the Unsullied, with a pattern of a megalosaurus spreading its wings in black dotted lines. The cloak was very long. It hung down from her back and covered the little silver horse's hips. The three-headed dragon armor and the jeweled greatsword were gifts from the Quarrel's Blacksmith Guild. Well, when Dani opened the Megalosaurus Zoo, the weavers gave her all kinds of silk and satin and sewed her a cheongsam. The armor looked gorgeous, but it wasn't very practical. It wasn't even a full-body armor. It didn't have a mask, throat armor, gauntlets, skirt armor, leg armor, knee pads, or iron boots. It was full of holes in battle. However, it was still acceptable to wear it on this occasion. There was a bit of heroism in its beauty, and it had a valiant temperament. Krasny, save your strength. Dani smiled at the slave master who was still shouting and waving his whip. She pulled out the greatsword at her waist and pointed at the city gate tower Ants Gate and shouted, "Soldiers, tell the slave master, who are you?" "Warriors of freedom under the white flag." 5,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were loud and clear, like a tidal wave that swept through this old and dilapidated city. Freedom. Dani raised her sword and shouted. Freedom. Freedom. Boom 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 boom. Freedom. Freedom. The Unsullied rhythmically hit the ground with the spear in her hand. Every time she hit the ground 3 times, she shouted, "Freedom," twice. More than half of Astapor City heard it. Krasny's face was ashen. His eyes were full of despair and disbelief. It was clearly agreed that the Unsullied would not be tempted by anything. Money, women, freedom, and all kinds of worldly goods and spiritual desires. Was that bitch possessed by the 7 gods? The good masters had trained them for more than 10 years. They should have wiped out the slaves long ago. "Woman, what do you want?" Krasny shouted behind the wall. "I want the slave master to be punished. I want Astapor to have no more slaves." "Impossible, this is Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay. The slavery system has existed since the Harpies created the Gith people. Valeglia's Dragon King needs slaves. Free cities need slaves. Great maritime trade needs slaves. As long as humans exist, slaves are indispensable." The slave master seemed to be announcing a universal truth. His voice was hoarse and righteous. "Ha, it's not up to you. Freedom needs blood and fire to fight for. We have this awareness. What about you?" Dani scorned. "Did you hear that?" She pointed to the place where the smoke rose. "Your slave kingdom is wailing. It's about to die. My army doesn't even have to do it." Dani's leaflet gave the slave master fear and gave the slaves hope and courage. The Unsullied's cry of freedom was like a torch lighting a fuse. Finally, someone cut off the shackles in their heart and began to resist. With the black dragon in the sky acting as a reconnaissance plane, Dani could see the situation in the city like the lines on the palm of her hand. "You are treacherous." Krasny looked at the slave warrior who held the shield for him with some fear. His fat cheeks were extremely distorted and his voice changed. "How can I be treacherous?" Dani laughed. "We agreed that you would plunder the small city and then sell the slaves to us." Krasny roared towards the outside of the city, then turned back, took a few steps back, waved to the Gith guards not far away, pointed to his slave and said, "There's something wrong with his eyes. Take him down." "I." The slave warrior plopped down on the stone wall, his face red. He opened his mouth several times to argue, but he couldn't say a word. Because just now, he had 2 very inappropriate thoughts. Should I kick this damn fatty off the city wall? Or, the mother of dragons quickly let the Megalosaurus come over to kill these Gith people. At that time, I will not stop it. It's over. Just like countless years before, countless times, the shrewd master saw through my inner thoughts. He thought desperately. "Stand up, those who don't want to be slaves. Danny shouted at the right time. If possible, she would like to let the 5,000 Unsullied sing a chorus of La Marseillaise. Well, the lyrics must be changed. Can't resist the tyranny of Her Majesty the Queen, I'll fight with you. The slave warrior suddenly woke up from his stupor, as if he was blessed by the Mother of Dragons. The bronze shield in front of him, regardless, buried his head to the slave owner. Krasny retreated and shouted in horror, "The slave soldiers are rebelling, kill them." Danny held her forehead and was worried about his IQ. When the Gith guards caught the rioting slave, the rest of the slaves had retreated far away. But at this moment, when they heard the slave owners shout, their faces immediately changed wildly. They looked at each other, and no one knew who started, but they shouted, "Long live the Mother of Dragons." Almost all the slave soldiers rioted. The slogan, "Long live the Mother of Dragons," was connected with shouts and wails on the wall. "Your Highness, you can attack now," Whitebeard said. "To be honest, I was going to besiege the city for 2 days. Danny smiled bitterly at the old man. At least they would cut down trees and build a batch of siege weapons. She gave the black dragon an order in her heart, and Dahe fell straight down, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky above the city gate. Boom! Several Gith people braved the raging flames and jumped down from the 10-meter-high tower, howling, and the wooden pavilion also billowed with smoke. Dragon, true dragon. Long live the Mother of Dragons. The slaves cheered, and the Gith guards' morale plummeted. Some soldiers even threw away their weapons and ran in the direction of the pyramid. Seeing that the arrows of the Gith people were as few as the hair on a bald head, and the bowstrings were as weak as noodles soaked in water, Danny directly let Dahe land in front of the gate outside the city, and several Megalosaurus guards held up their shields to protect his head. Boom! The dragon flame with faint smoke roasted the iron plate on the edge of the gate red, and thick black smoke rose from the door panel. The exclamation of the Gith people sounded in the gate hole. Dahe's mouth was like a welding torch, and the hot column of fire burned through the thick wooden door in 10 seconds. Click! The thick hardwood bolt behind the gate was burned, and the gate creaked open to both sides. "The gate is open, let's go." Grey Worm raised his spear and was the first to rush to the gate. The Unsullied poured into the ancient city of Astapor like a flood. Hiss! Dahe jumped up and flew into the sky again. Long live the Mother of Dragons, kill! Through the eyes of the black dragon, Danny saw that the Unsullied and the rebellious slaves were like a grey tide, gradually drowning the ancient red city. On the city wall, on the streets, and in the square where the Unsullied had been trained, men and women in toka robes could be seen being killed one by one, and the blood once again soaked the land that had swallowed countless souls. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The blood of the slave traders and their families washed away the resentment of the undead who lingered in the slave city and refused to leave. They were freed from the wails of their enemies. However, the cause and effect of this debt of blood did not end today. The ghosts of the Astapor people replaced the position of the evil slaves. They wandered in the streets, in the square, and in the pyramids and refused to leave. Only the blood of the woman and her dragon could wash away the resentment of the dead. But Danny had already realized that today was only the first step. Her song of blood and fire had just played the prelude. "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so bold. We destroyed the birthplace of the Unsullied." Whitebeard was filled with emotion. "You are the first person who dares to use such cruel means to say no to slavery. But what about the Westeros? You swore that you would only use the power of the Unsullied to do righteous things. Obviously, you don't intend to rely on them to seize the Iron Throne, although I think your return to the Iron Throne is the most righteous thing in itself. I can't go back to the Westeros." Smelling the thick smell of blood and smoke from the city, Danny sighed. This is just the beginning. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Cayuan, Meereen, and New Gith are the first wave. Volantis and Queers are the second wave. The entire trading city-state that relies on the slave trade to keep the city running is the third wave. They will come in no particular order, and even form an alliance. Aston, I don't want to destroy Apasta or kill the benevolent lords. My ultimate goal is to completely end slavery. Today, I can give the people of the city freedom. But as soon as I leave tomorrow, a new batch of benevolent lords will emerge from the ground faster than bamboo shoots in the spring rain. Then what about the Westeros? The old man knew that she was right, but the Westeros were his homeland. He missed his homeland and could not bear to see the country he loved being trampled on by a few rascals. You said that this year is the summer of ghosts? Dany asked. Yes, I received a warning from the scholars of the City of Knowledge that winter is coming, the old man said. The summer of 2011 has passed. This year is the summer of ghosts, next autumn, and the year after that, there will be at least 4 years of winter. So, do you understand? If I really bring 13,000 unsullied back to the Westeros, what I bring to the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not be peace and prosperity, but a winter comparable to the long night. Looking at the old man's shocked face, she slowly said, man-made disasters are greater than natural disasters, and war is the greatest man-made disaster. Your Majesty, you have the wisdom and courage of a king, but also the benevolence of a king. You are the child of the prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, the natural queen. At this moment, the old man's eyes were shining with Dany. Throughout his life, how many kings had he met? But it was only today that he met a wise king. Dany's mouth twitched a few times. Under the old man's burning gaze, she forced a smile and said, the city is in my hands. Let's go in. 4 years of winter. Dream on. The long night is coming. Am I going to the Westeros to feed the other ghosts? Chapter 104. Before departure, Dany had told the Unsullied that only 3 kinds of people could be killed, those older than 12 years old, those wearing toga robes, anyone who attacked the Unsullied, strong women, and slaves who slaughtered children. Most of the Gith who could wear toga robes were related to the slave trade. Ordinary Gith, even free people who were qualified to wear toga robes, would only wear those restrictive clothes on important days. After all, they had to work and support their families on weekdays. If someone dared to attack the Unsullied, even a child could be killed on the spot. Dany did not forget that the 9-year-old bitch killed a 3-meter-tall giant bear with a short sword in a one-on-one fight. This was a different world, not Earth. Even on Earth, there were children who were familiar with AK-47, not primary school students who loved to eat chicken. When Dany entered the city, the Unsullied guarding the East Gate also followed her into the city. Later, she met Yora and Captain Grohl in Pride Square. Yora led 3,000 Unsullied to attack the East Gate, while Grohl and 600 Unsullied and hundreds of sailors drove 4 ships to block the dock area. Well, Blackbeard could do this mainly because of the help of dragons. The first wave of attack was launched from the sea. Big Black, Little White, and Little Green attacked the harbor dock. All the ships parked at the dock, regardless of whether they belonged to slave owners or merchants who came to do business, the 3 dragons directly burned the sails and ropes on the masts. After that, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also hovered above the sea as a deterrent. Your Highness, except for the pyramid, the entire city of Astapor has been occupied by us. Grey Worm and Yora reported to Dany. What are the casualties of the enemy and our side? Dany asked. More than 30 Unsullied were injured, but none died. More than 2,000 slaves died, and more than 6,000 Gith died. These are not the final figures. We still don't know the situation inside the pyramid. Cora said. The Gith's combat power is so low. Dany frowned. Only 500 Gith guards, the rest are ordinary people without weapons. In addition to the slave traders wearing toga robes, many women and children also, sighing helplessly, Cora said in a low voice, the slaves in the city are almost out of control, and many ordinary people of guise have been exterminated. Of the 2,000 slaves, no more than 500 died in a frontal battle. As for the rest, the Unsullied killed more than half, and a small half died in the homes of the guise people. We have tried our best, Your Highness. Whitebeard saw that Danny's expression was not good, so he comforted her. Cora nodded and said, Aston is right. 15 years ago, Tywin dealt 10 times more damage to King's Landing than now. I understand, Danny said, and began to arrange the aftermath of the battle. Grey Worm, Unsullied performed very well. Thank you for your compliment. A hint of joy appeared on Grey Worm's granite-like face. Next, bring all the slaves who participated in the battle to the punishment square. After that, your team will be split into 2. Excluding those who are injured, the 3,000 will be divided into groups of 50 to patrol the streets. The other 2,000 will clean up the corpses of the dead. Bring the bodies of the slaves here, and I will hold a mass cremation for them. The bodies of the Guy's people are piled up in Pride Square. Allow their families to come and claim them and bury them with Guy's customs, but they must be registered. As you command. Grey Worm accepted the order and left. Danny turned around and said to Cora, Your 3,000 Unsullied continue to surround the pyramid. There is no need to attack. As you command. Grohl, you continue to command 600 Unsullied. First, go to the docks and find out which ships belong to the slave owners and which belong to the merchants who came to Astapor to trade. After that, the goods of those merchants must also be classified. Ordinary goods, luxury goods, slaves. This. Blackbeard Grohl hesitated. It's a bit against the rules to inspect the goods of merchants. Astapor is an open dock, and there is no smuggling or tax evasion. I don't allow ships to take slaves out to sea, do you understand? Danny said seriously. Then there's no need to check the goods in detail. The old seaman was puzzled. Did my dragon burn their ships? Danny asked. All the ships in the dock area have their sails and ropes burned. Grohl nodded. That's incredible. Danny shrugged and said matter-of-factly, how can I compensate them if I don't check the type of goods? Oh, you still have to compensate the innocent merchants for their losses. Grohl suddenly understood and looked at Danny with more respect. After arranging everything, Danny turned around and looked at the pyramid that belonged to the Grazadon family behind her. Her eyes were firm as she said, we must take down this pyramid within 2 days. The pyramid was not only the residence of the good lord, but also the warehouse of supplies. 80% of the food in the city was hidden in the pyramid. As soon as he finished speaking, an old white man in a long robe walked out of the entrance of the first floor of the pyramid. Don't kill me, I'm not a guise, I'm also a slave. The old man in the white robe raised his hands and shouted. He said it twice in the common language and the High Valeglia language. The Unsullied outside the entrance of the stairs made a path for Danny to pass by on her little silver horse. Who do you represent? Danny stopped 7 or 8 meters in front of the old man and asked in Valeglia. The old man knelt down and kowtowed, saying, I'm Ethan, a scholar. I used to serve the good lord, but now I represent Sir Cleon to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons. Rise, Ethan. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man stood up, his movements were smooth and elegant. Even his kneeling was so elegant. It seemed that he was a learned man. Danny asked curiously, Cleon is Grazadon's son? No, Cleon is the #1 butcher in Apasta. He used to serve the good lord. Old Ethan said. Kill. Butcher. Danny's jaw almost dropped. Cora, who was wearing a mighty knight's armor, stepped forward and said coldly, since Cleon is also a slave, why does he dare to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons who freed the slaves? Are we talking about whether to continue being a slave? No. No. The old man's breath stagnated, and he said evasively, Sir Cleon just wants to know what reward he can get for taking down the good lord's pyramid. It's fine if there's no reward, but although he is also a slave, he has the blood of Gith. His wife and 3 daughters are also Gith, so. Danny pointed to an amber-skinned warrior in the Unsullied line and said, see? He's also a Gith. I'm against slavery, not Gith. Oh. The old man nodded and continued to look at Danny. What else? I guarantee the safety of Cleon's family, Danny said. Is there really no reward? The old man asked pitifully. Danny, to be honest, if he really controls this pyramid, there's nothing wrong with asking for a reward, but I don't know what to reward him with. Let him come down and talk to me. No matter what, I won't hurt him. She touched her nose helplessly. Okay. Ethan nodded and walked back to the Great Pyramid. Cleon is a speculator. Cora whispered to Danny, with unconcealable disgust in his tone. Maybe he's a pillar of strength, Danny said. In just a few words, the unsullied under-gray worm had brought the rebel slaves scattered across the city. There were men and women, but both men and women were young. They were still wearing leather or bronze slave collars, and many of them had chains tied to their feet. Under the scorching afternoon sun, their tattered linen clothes were soaked with sweat, and they looked very miserable. However, when they saw Danny on the little silver horse from afar, they were still excited, shouting, "Mother of Dragons, long live the Mother of Dragons," and a few "Misha" mixed in. Danny smiled and waved at them, shouting with a tin horn, "Wait a minute, wait for everyone to arrive. Mother of Dragons. Long live the Mother of Dragons." Hearing Danny's response, even if many people did not hear what she said at all, they still became high-spirited and cheered loudly. "Your Highness, they're out," Cora came over and said. Danny looked back and saw a group of slaves lining up and coming out of the bottom passage of the pyramid. Unlike the rebel slaves, they had slave collars around their necks, but there were no shackles on their feet. Some of them had big shoulders, round waists, and strong bodies. Some of them wore exquisite clothes, and their skin was well maintained. There was also a group of young boys and girls in silk who wore makeup and could smell perfume from afar. Among the group of servants dressed as maids, some of them looked familiar to Danny. They should have served her before. The last to come out was a rough man with black and red hair. His skin was dark, and he did not look like a pure Gith. He was 1.7 meters tall, 1.7 meters in circumference, and his arms were thicker than Danny's waist. He had a fierce face, a flat nose, and a tuft of stiff black hair sticking out of his thick nostrils. However, his small eyes were bright and gave off a shrewd vibe. Danny glanced at the rows of slaves standing in front of the pyramid and was shocked to find that there were almost 2,000 of them. More than 2,000 slaves serving Grazidon's family was too extravagant. When the butcher saw Danny in her gorgeous knight's half-body armor, his eyes flashed with undisguised amazement. He hurried up to her and knelt on one knee in the clumsy knight etiquette of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your humble servant Cleon greets your majesty. You're more beautiful than the moon in the sky, and more valiant than Nymeria." "You know Nymeria too?" Danny asked curiously. About 2,000 years ago, Prince Jaren of Loina led an army of 250,000 soldiers south to attack Valeglia's free fortress, city-state. He even used a water-type forbidden spell to flood a city, drowning hundreds of thousands of people. Valeglia's dragon king was enraged. He formed a super army of 300 megalosaurus and almost burned the Rhone River dry. The army of 250,000 was scattered, and Jaren himself met a tragic end. The army of 250,000 was made up of dozens of Loina vassals, and one of them was a queen named Nymeria. Loina didn't have a unified country, but rather a loose city-state like ancient Greece, where the lord of the city-state could call himself a king. During Valeglia's destruction of the Loina people, Nymeria played the role of Moses, leading hundreds of thousands of her people through many places before finally crossing west to Dorn Hill in the south of the Westeros. Hence, the full title of the king of Westeros was, King of the Ancestors, Undulls, and Loina. Nymeria was considered the most legendary heroine of the Seven Kingdoms, a female prince. For example, Arya Stark's dire wolf was called Nymeria. Alright, this wasn't a good example. Danny had just been praised by the butcher as Nymeria. Of course, with the butcher's knowledge, he shouldn't know about the customs of the Westeros. In front of your majesty, this lowly one dares not lie. In order not to be disrespectful in front of your majesty, this lowly one has specially asked a scholar about the customs of the 7 kingdoms, the butcher said without a hint of fear. You're an honest man. Danny nodded. The honest butcher took advantage of the situation and immediately said dishonestly, this lowly one only has 2 strengths, honesty and bravery. Chapter 105. You were the first to revolt in the pyramid? Danny asked the honest Klein. Klein took out a piece of parchment from his waist and smiled fawningly. I picked this up. You can read. I was a slave since I was young. I can't read, but I can read. I'm willing to say and do anything with a knife on my neck. As he spoke, he pointed at the group of burly slaves behind him and said, through the window, I saw the army and your dragon outside the city, so I joined the kitchen staff to answer the call of the mother of dragons and used a kitchen knife and a butcher's knife to cut down the guards of Lord Graz, Dan's house. Danny nodded and asked, I will announce that all slaves are free and reward those who have made great contributions in the uprising. Since you were the first to ask for a reward, then I'll reward you first. Tell me, what do you want? Don't worry, you're now a free person and have the freedom to express your inner thoughts. Can I really? Klein's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly. Of course. After a moment of silence, the butcher said, Her Majesty will probably head north next and liberate Kayuan and Mirin, right? You want to return to the Westeros? It's very likely. The porkman's eyes lit up. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Dany Rise, just like the dukes of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros, and help you govern a region. In other words, you want Astapor? This request seemed rebellious, but it was actually more in line with the national conditions of this world, especially the customs of the Westeros. The territory directly ruled by the Targaryen family was the smallest among the 7 kingdoms. In terms of wealth, it was not as rich as River Bend, River Border, or Arryn Valley. The 7 dukes, including Duke Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, had a high degree of autonomy in their respective territories. For example, there were often dukes who led the small nobles in their territories to rebel against the king. Under normal circumstances, the small nobles and the people in their territories were far more loyal to their dukes than to the king on the Iron Throne, unless the king had a fire-breathing dragon. In this world where feudalism was popular, if Dany really left Astapor and Slave Bay, she would most likely leave behind a few dukes or kings in these slave states. Therefore, even though Whitebeard and Cora had ugly expressions, they did not scold Klein loudly. Cleon, it's good that you're motivated. Dany first encouraged him, then said, but you should understand that below the duke, there are marquises, counts, knights, equivalent to barons, knights, and freemen. After a pause, Dany waited for the butcher to digest the hidden meaning in her words. She smiled and continued, if you want to reach the top of the pyramid, you have to climb the stairs one step at a time. Of course, it's also possible to directly descend to the top garden. For example, I have a dragon. Riding a dragon, I can ignore all obstacles on the ground. Cleon's expression was a little ugly. He asked stiffly, I can only become a knight. Whitebeard's expression was even uglier. He snorted coldly and advised Dany, the Knights of Westeros represent not only identity, but also noble character. Your Highness, you have to be careful. Cleon squinted at the old man, unconsciously with a trace of murderous intent. Not to mention the experienced Whitebeard and Cora, even the novice Dany noticed it. This pork man was a ruthless character. Cleon, don't blame Aston for being too straightforward. I can announce that as the first slave to revolt in the pyramid, you have noble character and are worthy of being a knight. But a knight also needs knightly skills and the ability to ride a horse while wearing iron armor. Well, you've made outstanding contributions to the Great Pyramid. I'll grant you the status of a knight, half a level higher than a knight. Are you willing to accept? Cleon's stiff face showed a smile, and he shouted, Knight Cleon is willing. In a way, Cleon's initiative to ask for a knight's title also helped Dany a lot. That was to break the existing political structure of Astapor and establish a new Westeros political structure with Queen Dany as the core. To put it simply, Clegane had unintentionally helped Dany to complete a reform. The reason why it was a new Westeros enfeoffment system. Obviously, someone must have mixed too many private goods from the Great Celestial Empire into it. Later, Dany took Cleon to the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. The slaves' bodies hanging there were still not taken off. Under the white sun, green-headed flies and fat white maggots were drilling between the rotten flesh. The slaves who were not dead were still twitching unconsciously, and a rotten smell with the smell of sin filled the air. Dany endured the nausea and tried to put on a calm expression. She shouted to the slaves and servants gathered around the wooden platform, "Did you see it? This is a slave. Their fate is not in their own control. They have no self-respect and the right to progress. What we want to end is this world that should not exist in the human world." In this slave uprising, Butcher Cleon was the first to respond to my call. His heart, which still longed for freedom, made him make the natural choice to abolish slavery. He set an example for slaves all over the world who are still shackled physically and spiritually. Not only did he liberate his own soul, but he also liberated the Great Pyramid. Under his leadership, 2,000 slaves overthrew the rule of the first slave owner family in Astapor. For this, when he asked me for a title, I agreed. Now, in front of everyone, Knight Cleon will be the first man from a slave to a noble in a day. Dany looked around. More than 10,000 slaves were silent. They all looked at the butcher who waved excitedly to the crowd with complicated eyes. "Cleon, do you know the etiquette of knighthood?" she asked in a low voice. "I know a little." "Okay." Dany straightened her face and shouted, "Cleon." The butcher was stunned for a moment before he knelt in front of her with excitement. "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Dany Liz." Shing! Dany pulled out the long sword at her waist and put the tip of the sword on Cleon's shoulder. She asked, "Are you willing to fight for the liberation of the slaves for the rest of your life?" This oath is a little different from what the scholar told me. Cleon was stunned for a few moments before he felt some pain in his neck. He suddenly woke up. When he saw Queen Dany's impatient eyes, he immediately shouted, "I am willing." Dany moved the blade on his neck to the side and smiled. "Are you willing to be the vanguard of the slave liberation movement?" "I am willing." "Fuck, my neck is bleeding. It hurts." "So, this is the purpose of the sword on the shoulder of the Westeros nobles when they take an oath. Are you willing to be the representative of the slave rebellion?" Dany asked again. "I am willing." "Very good. I understand your determination, Knight." Dany moved the blood-stained sword to her shoulder and announced solemnly, "I now bestow upon you the title of Knight Shackle. You may also choose Shackle as your surname. Use your butcher's knife to cut off the slave shackles below the harpy's claws, my Knight Shackle Cleon." The Gith people were known as the Sons of the Harpies, and the symbol of Astapor was a harpy holding the shackles in her claws. As for the surname, the Cleon family had been slaves for several generations and did not have a surname at all. Using a title as a surname was part of Dany's plan. "I, Cleon Shackle, swear in the name of Knight Shackle that I will use my life to protect my oath." Cleon was so happy that his big fat mouth cracked open. To be honest, although he asked Dany for the position of Duke of Astapor, he did not have high expectations in his heart. After all, the person who ruled Astapor now was Queen Dany, who had the Unsullied and the dragons. Cayuan and Meereen were still nowhere to be seen. What he wanted the most was to be superior. As the only knight among the slaves, he thought that his status was only second to Queen Dany and above everyone else. He achieved his goal and was very happy and satisfied for the time being. Cheers for Knight Shackle. Dany sheathed her sword and led the applause. Long live Queen Dany. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Knight Shackle, Knight Shackle. Chaotic cheers, clapping, stomping, and the sound of chains clashing could be heard from below. After a while, Danny pointed at the bodies nailed to the cross and said to Cleon, "Knight Shackle Shackle, cut off their shackles for me." "As you command." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the hot-blooded night butcher pulled out his butcher knife and swiftly cut off the ropes and nails tied to the slaves' wrists, ankles, and necks. His skillful cutting skills were quite similar to Ling Lingqi's. As expected of the #1 butcher in Astapor, Danny knelt on one knee and personally untied the necklaces on the slaves' necks. Every time she untied a necklace, she would raise it above her head for all the slaves to see and throw it to the ground. She said loudly, "I declare that you are free and will return to the kingdom of the gods as free people." There were more than 10 corpses in a row. Her white hands were stained with dirty blood, minced meat, and a few fat maggots. Mother of dragons, Misha, Misha, Misha. The slaves below were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Slowly, the mother of dragons became Misha. Yes, Misha meant mother in the Giskali language of the Guiski's empire. Danny, who originally wanted to put on a show, was also moved by the enthusiastic atmosphere. "Sigh, I can't just think about ruling the world and establishing an immortal golden family. I should bring something better to this world. Abolishing slavery is one of my goals." At this moment, Danny's resolve sublimated into a firm belief. She patted the shoulder of the newly promoted night butcher and ordered, "Night butcher, I will now give you an honorable mission. Lead your original chef subordinates and go to the pyramids to recruit rebels. You don't have to go personally. You can recruit 100 night guards." Tilting his head and looking at the blood and dirt on his shoulder, Night Butcher's mouth twitched a few times. His body was stiff as he said, "Yes. Night Butcher, you have to understand that the title of Night Butcher will be promoted by merit," Danny said meaningfully. The meaning in her words was too obvious. Night Butcher's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "I promise to complete the mission." After handing over the dirty work to the ambitious Night Shackle, Danny continued her glamorous performance. She first gave a sincere speech, mainly expressing her heartfelt hatred for slavery and her deep sympathy for the slaves. Then, just like how she treated the centaur slaves and the Unsullied, if they wanted to get rid of their slave status, they had to fight for it themselves. Yes, the slaves who participated in the riot were separated from the other Astapos by the Unsullied guards. The slaves who rebelled on the battlefield had already paid the price in blood. Danny walked past them one by one, and the Unsullied unlocked their chains and slave collars. She announced loudly, "You used your own hands and courage to win your freedom." Excluding the 2,000 slaves who died in battle, there were about 5,000 slaves who survived the riot. They were all brought over by the Unsullied. And after the Unsullied announced Danny's policy in the street, there were still 10 to 20,000 slaves who gathered around Pride Square to watch the show. Their masters didn't dare to detain them anymore. Danny didn't make things difficult for these smart people who didn't do anything and only took advantage of the situation. She only asked them to shout, "I want freedom," like the Unsullied yesterday. Almost everyone shouted at the same time. Yes, almost meant that there were still people who didn't want to be free. Chapter 106. Danny was busy for 3 or 4 hours to unlock the shackles of tens of thousands of people. Seeing the sun set, the sky turned indigo, and hundreds of torches rose in the square. She had no choice but to find 100 Unsullied to help unlock the slave collars. Even so, hearing that the Mother of Dragons was liberating slaves in the punishment square, Danny could only announce that it was late today. "You can't see my face, and I can't see your sincere and excited expressions. Let's continue tomorrow morning." The slaves thought about it. It was a rare opportunity to see her face. They couldn't waste it. First, they untied the shackles on their hands and feet. Tomorrow, they would come to untie the slave collars. Danny didn't know the details of the Gith people in the city, so she didn't immediately divide the land among the rich. The newly liberated free people either pitched tents in the square or on the street for the night, or returned to their original owners' homes, but they were not allowed to hurt the owners of the houses. During this period, Yora sent people to report to her many times that he and Sir Shackles had broken one pyramid after another. Yora led the Unsullied to guard the outside of the pyramids, both to deter the enemy and to prevent the enemy from escaping, while Sir Shackles was responsible for shouting and letting the slaves in the pyramids rebel. By midnight, they had broken down 5 pyramids, all of which were caused by the internal slaves rioting, and then Klein cooperated with them. Those pyramids were like pustules on Astapor's body. When they were squeezed out one by one, Danny had an inexplicable feeling of relaxation and comfort. The last thing that night was to hold a large funeral for the dead rebel slaves. 2,000 people gathered together, covered with firewood and kerosene. Centered on the wooden platform in the center of the square, the bodies were densely piled. Under the light of the fire, Danny held a tin trumpet to mourn the dead. Some of them died in battle, and some died in the hands of the Unsullied, because they jumped from victims to perpetrators. I helped you get freedom, but there is a limit to freedom. Individual freedom can't hurt others even if they were the wives and daughters of slave owners. Danny was exhausted after a whole day, but she was very excited. She did something that could never be done in modern society, and it was particularly meaningful for the freedom of human beings. Finally, for the first time, she no longer missed her life in the modern world. She was a loner without parents, so she might as well let loose in the other world and do things to her heart's content. However, even if they are guilty, they have done a great service. They have made outstanding contributions to the cause of freeing the slaves. Therefore, I will personally send them off as free people back to the kingdom of the gods. I promise that they will be remembered by the world forever, along with the countless rebels who are still alive. Taking a step back, Danny waved at the sky under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. SSSS, 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 boom, boom, boom. 3 true dragons descended from the sky, and the dragon flames from their mouths ignited the huge crematorium. Boom! Bright red waves of fire soared into the sky. The scorching flames licked everyone's skin. The scorching heat waves formed a strong repulsive force, causing everyone to unconsciously retreat, except for Danny. The high-temperature storm brought with it specks of dark red sparks that blew at her hair. The light from the fire illuminated her face, making it look like a piece of burning iron. However, she stood in front of the flames, unmoving. She seemed to be enjoying it. If it wasn't for the fragrant smell of barbecued human meat, she would have been enjoying it. Kada boom. The wooden platform that used to hang the corpses of countless slaves groaned in the flames and died unwillingly. Just like its master who was struggling in the flames of the great black dragon, just like the decaying system of the ancient city, the slavery system. In blood and fire, a new world will be born. Danny muttered. Little Queen, there's a situation. The muscular Beavis jogged over and whispered into her ear. Originally, this eunuch gladiator kept calling her Little Queen, Little Queen. His attitude and tone also seemed to treat Danny as an underage little girl. Although she was indeed only 15 years old, she was still 1 year away from becoming an adult in this world. After experiencing the sudden changes in the past few days, Beavis' attitude towards Danny became much more cautious. What's the situation? Danny asked. Tonight, she and her army of Unsullied would definitely enter the Great Pyramid of Graz, Dan. Before entering, she sent the eunuch gladiator to lead the Unsullied and the scholar Ethan to check every room in the pyramid and bring Graz, Dan's family out. If there were a few assassins who stayed behind and sneaked into Danny's bedroom in the middle of the night, she would have died in vain. The slave owner's family was all killed. Even the children were killed, Beavis said solemnly. What? Danny's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Clayan deserved to be killed. Actually, deep down in her heart, she was cold. Her current rage was more of an act. When Ethan said that he was negotiating with her on behalf of the slaves, Danny had already guessed the ending of Graz, Dan's family. Would a ruthless character who dared to negotiate with the mother of dragons let go of the slave owner who had oppressed him for decades? However, Dani did not intend to pursue Clayton's responsibility. She deliberately did not immediately send people to clean up the Great Pyramid. It was not that she was so insidious that she wanted the slave owner's family to be cremated, but reality forced her not to start. There were more than a dozen pyramids waiting for her. Obviously, there might be one or a few clans in each pyramid. They might not have Clayton's ambitions, but they would definitely take revenge on the slave owner and vent their hatred. After killing Clayton, would every pyramid be attacked as a fortress? The price of killing the rebellious slaves in the streets was different from killing the bandit slaves in the pyramids. In the streets and alleys, the Unsullied killed almost 700 strong criminals and the ferocious and stubborn people of the slave owner's family with the absolute advantage of 0 deaths. However, the pyramids were different. Not to mention how many resources and belongings would be destroyed in the pyramid, how many of her Unsullied would die in the complex environment of the pyramid. Were the eunuch warriors' lives so worthless? Sorry, the balance in Dani's heart was that even 10 slave owners' babies could not compare to one adult Unsullied. It was not Clayton who killed them, the eunuch said. Ah. Dani's expression must have been somewhat distorted at this moment. I've already displayed such a soul-deep acting skill, and you're telling me that it was a mistake. After a long time, she calmed down and asked curiously, did they commit suicide? When the dynasty changed, there were many ruthless people who killed their wives and children. No, more than 30 children under the age of 15 were all killed by one person who slit their throats. Hiss, Dani gasped. There's someone more ruthless than Clayton? I didn't even notice. She didn't come out. Clayton and I didn't dare to provoke her. Her. The little girl who killed the bear in the Colosseum the day before yesterday, the bitch. Bevo's said with a complicated tone. Grazidant did not have 30 children. Most of those people were his relatives who lived a good life in the pyramids and received the best education. Clayton learned from the scholar about the contents of Dani's leaflet. Although he tortured and killed more than a dozen of the slave owner's relatives, he only locked the children in the spacious study. At this time, Dani climbed up the 100-meter-high pyramid and saw the bitch again on the platform at the entrance of the palace at the top. The little girl sat on the stone steps, her right hand bandaged and her left hand playing with a short dagger. She looked relaxed and happy. Just behind her, through the open door, one could see dozens of corpses lying on the spacious stone floor. Black blood even overflowed the room, leaving dark red wet stains on the hundreds of steps. More than 10 hours had passed. In such a hot environment, the entire palace was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. The bitch glanced at Whitebeard, who was standing in front of Dani with a serious face, and said crisply, I won't hurt the mother of dragons. Dani felt that she was not lying. She pushed Whitebeard away, stepped forward, and asked, why did you kill those children? Many of them were younger than you. The little girl stared at Dani curiously for a while and said, I'm younger than many people, but I still had to enter the Colosseum to fight with the bear. Weren't you there? Dani smiled bitterly and said, I can't refute your words. If you were an adult, I would kill you to maintain the last bottom line of human beings and not hurting innocent children. But for you, I can't find a reason to punish you. They're not human. The little girl put on a serious face and said, pigs give birth to pigs, dogs give birth to dogs, and slave owners are all demons. Demons only give birth to little demons. Dani and Whitebeard looked at each other and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. The slave owner is indeed a demon, but he used to be a human. Later, he slowly degenerated from a human into a man-eating demon. Even if his children are little demons, as long as they are raised in the way of good people, they will become human again. Dani said something that she did not believe, but the little girl showed a skeptical look. What a simple child. She sighed in her heart. What's your name? Do you remember your parents and hometown? I can take you home. My name is the bitch. I don't remember where my home is, and I don't know if I have parents, the little girl said flatly. Danny blurted out, "You're not the bitch." "Then what's my name?" The little girl looked up at her and asked with a faint desire in her eyes. "Well." Danny touched her smooth little chin and said thoughtfully, "In the Sea of the Sunset, there is a legendary heroine called Nymeria. I hope you can become a great hero respected by people in the future." "I don't want to be called Nymeria," she shook her head stubbornly and blinked her eyes that were not beautiful or bright. "From now on, I'm Danny Lissy." "Ah." Danny was stunned. Whitebeard and Beavos laughed out loud. "We can't have the same name." Danny was embarrassed and proud. The little girl chose her name. Did it mean that in her heart, she was more legendary than the legendary hero Nymeria? Danny Lissy evolved from Danny C. 400 years ago, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family, Danny C., almost changed the fate of the world. At least she changed the fate of the Westeros. Well, now she also began to change the fate of Slave Bay. Why don't you be called Danny C? Chapter 107. Your Majesty, this is the Green Saintess of Graz. The next morning, Danny, who had rested for the night in the garden on the top floor, was preparing to go to the punishment square to continue liberating the slaves. However, Klein came with a middle-aged woman wearing a green robe and a green veil on her head and face. "Please take a seat, Sir Shackle and Green Saintess." Danny extended her hand to invite the two of them. She was eating breakfast, cold persimmon soup, white bread, boiled goose eggs, grilled bacon, and scallion steak. There was a lot of heavy work waiting for her today, and she might not have time to have lunch at noon. Danny had a very sumptuous breakfast. Different from the high and mighty benevolent masters, Danny had a long wooden table placed on the grass, 7 or 8 meters long, in a north-south direction. Danny sat at the north end, and Whitebeard and Yora sat on her left, each with a set meal of the same style as hers. Doria, Kiki, and Eerie had already eaten before her. As maids, the three of them were not qualified to eat with Yora and Whitebeard. Well, in Westeros, the king could sit at the same table with the small nobles, but would not eat with the servants. Danny was not the Virgin Mary, and did not want to change this. Instead of changing the etiquette and customs that had been passed down for thousands of years, it was better to find a chance in the future to give the three maids the status of a knight. Sir Shackle and Green Saintess sat on Danny's right side in turn. Green Saintess was magnanimous, and her movements were elegant and skillful. The butcher was a little unnatural, but he was more excited. This kind of most intuitive change in status made him very intoxicated. Doria came over to bring food for the two of them. Danny asked, "Green Saintess, did the Unsullied disturb the Temple of Divine Grace?" Danny was a novice surgeon before and knew nothing about politics, but she still knew the principle of the important matters of the country, worship and war. There were more than 10,000 Unsullied and 3 dragons, and the military power had always been firmly in her hands. And worship, or sacrifice, referred more to faith and etiquette and tradition. Before attacking Astapor, Danny had arranged for the Unsullied to be in charge of protecting and monitoring the Temple of Divine Grace. He could not allow the Holy Maiden of the Temple to be persecuted in order to avoid causing religious unrest, which was the most troublesome. He also could not allow them to come out and cause trouble for her. The Temple of Divine Grace itself was a weirdly shaped pyramid. The clergy were all female, and they were collectively known as the Saintess. The Green Saintess was the highest priestess among the Saintesses, similar to the Archbishop of the Holy See. There was usually only one Grace Temple in each city, and there was usually only one Green Saintess in each temple. In other words, Grazadon was the religious leader of Astapor. Oh, that's right, this Saintess is also called Grazdan, a female variant of Grazdan. The first Grazdan was a great man of the Gujis Empire. Every Gujis with a bit of status wanted to be called Grazdan. Your Majesty, the Unsullied are the most obedient warriors. They did not disturb the temple. The green saintess took a sip of persimmon soup and said softly, "That's good. When the chaos in the city subsides, I'll have them withdraw." Danny made a promise. "Your Majesty, how are you going to quell the chaos in Astapor? I mean, Kayuan, Mirin, Zingis, and the other cities will not sit idly by." The green saintess asked nervously. "Sigh, I'm not thinking that far ahead." Danny waved her hand and said boldly, "I'll roar when I see injustice. When it's time to act, I'll act." 3,000 unsullied are enough to defend Kolar. How many 3,000 do I have? And besides Zingis, who has an iron army, Kayuan and Mirin rely on slave soldiers to maintain their rule. If they have the guts, let them come and see if my Queen Danny's cannons are sharp. Oh, talk big. The more slave soldiers that come, the more warriors that fight for freedom will be sent to me. The more I fight, the more my soldiers will increase. Who knows, I might end up with an army of 1,000,000. I'll scare those slave merchants to death. Even if the worst-case scenario happens and I'm besieged by everyone, I can at least hold on for 2 or 3 years. In 2 or 3 years, won't I still sweep through the world with 3 dragons? The green saintess sighed and asked, "Your Majesty, what's your goal? Don't you want to return to the Westeros?" Danny's eyes flashed, and she asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask what god your temple believes in?" "Harpies?" "No, we don't believe in harpies. In fact, the ancient teachings have been lost. The people of Zingis today have little to do with the Zingis Empire. The Temple of Divine Grace does not have the function of spreading faith. We exist for the people. Slavers Bay in the world of ice and fire equals Egypt on earth." Many people thought that Egyptians had always been Egyptians, and some suspected that Egypt's history and pyramids were fake. They did not have a history of 5,000 years, and thought that the pharaohs did not have the tradition of using pyramids as mausoleums. Their reasons were good. If every pharaoh had a pyramid, how many pharaohs had there been in 5,000 years? How could there only be a few dozen pyramids? Many of the pharaohs' coffins were not excavated in pyramids. In fact, the Egyptians were divided into several periods, and the rulers of each period were even different. The line of the ancient pharaohs had long been extinct. Dynasties and nations were different, and their customs and traditions, and even their beliefs were different. Moreover, most of the time, the pharaohs did not establish a unified empire, and their national power was not enough to build pyramids, just like not all the dynasties of the Great Celestial Empire were Han and Tang dynasties. Therefore, although there were many pharaohs, not everyone was qualified to have a pyramid. Or, at that time, the pharaoh's race was not popular to be buried in pyramids. The gods they believed in did not have the doctrine of resurrection from the dead. The Zingis of Slavers Bay were similar to the Egyptians. Although they were called Zingis, they were not the same race as the Zingis of 5,000 years ago. Their culture and beliefs had also undergone fundamental changes. Valeglia would not allow them to have strong and cohesive beliefs. The Temple of Divine Grace has 7 saintesses. The green saintess is the highest priest. The blue saintess is the doctor. The white saintess is a girl of noble birth who learns the skills of a woman in the temple. They can choose to become saintesses of other colors. The pink saintess is an attendant. She can be the maid of noble people. The gold saintess is a scholar. She can educate the children of rich families. The purple saintess can be the housekeeper of rich families. Speaking of this, the green saintess sighed and said helplessly, "The pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess are all products of the Valeglia era. But now, there is almost no meaning for them to exist. Every generation, the green saintess still needs the pink saintess to serve her. The gold and the purple saintess are almost eliminated. Now, the red saintess is the most popular." "What is the red saintess?" Danny asked. Ahem. Cora coughed a few times with an unnatural look. His expression was a little awkward. The green saintess' expression did not change. She said indifferently, the red saintess is the holy prostitute. We do not avoid the pursuit of physical desire. The most exquisite residence in the temple is the Garden of Desire. The red saintesses wait in the Garden of Desire every night, waiting to be picked by men. If no one is picked, they will wait until dawn. Dani did not pretend to be shy or blushed. She had already noticed that from Slave Bay to Queers, the atmosphere of society was unusually open. Revealing half of one's boobs, and drawing erotic pictures on the city wall. These were simply unimaginable in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. Looking at the Divine Grace Temple's actions, it seems that they do not support slavery, Dani said. But they do not oppose it, the Green Saintess said. But my conscience opposes it. The justice of the world opposes it. The bottom line of human beings opposes it. Any god with a little bit of mercy opposes it, Dani said loudly. I will not oppose you, Your Majesty. The Divine Grace Temple will not oppose you either. I am here this time just to understand your arrangement for Astapor. The Green Saintess sighed. They did not even have a clear doctrine. Such a church's combat power was so weak that it made Dani sympathize with them. I promise, I am only against slavery. If a queen cannot bring a better life to the people, then she might as well abdicate. Green Saintess, I will only make Astapor's life better. Of course, this is for the majority. Dani said solemnly. I understand. It is time to say goodbye. The Green Saintess stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Dani stopped her and said, I hope that the Divine Grace Temple will be more deeply involved in the city's construction in the coming days. What do you mean? The Green Saintess was confused. No matter how wise a king is, he cannot rule a kingdom alone. When a king rules a kingdom based on his own will, his kingdom is not far from destruction. The Green Saintess was deep in thought. Cora looked at Dani in shock. He did not expect her to say such a thing. Whitebeard looked excited. His eyes were a little watery. I will organize a council to manage this city. Green Saintess, you are qualified to be a council minister. Dani looked at the graceful high priest and asked, Are you willing? Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. I am very grateful. The Green Saintess replied excitedly. Very good. Now you can perform your duties. Dani smiled. When the Green Saintess sat back down at the table, Sir Shackle asked, Your Majesty, may I ask, am I qualified to be a council minister? Of course, you are the first Astapor noble under my command. Then, Dani let the Green Saintess, Cleon the Butcher, and Cora continue to attack the remaining pyramids. She took Whitebeard to Pride Square to free the slaves. There were even more people today. Excluding the Unsullied, the city of Apasta had close to 100,000 residents. The ratio of slaves to Gith was as high as 7:1. There were more than 80,000 slaves. Well, that's right, Gith had become a minority. Yesterday, 6,000 of them were killed by the Unsullied and the slaves out of control. Only half of Githa's population was left. Not to mention Slavers Bay, even in Volantis, one of the 9 free cities, the ratio of slaves to free people was 5:1. From this, it could be seen how promising Dani's cause of liberating the world was. As long as she stayed calm, she would definitely win. These are the ashes of 2,000 slaves who died in battle for freedom. Under the scorching sun, on the first step of the pyramid, under the gaze of tens of thousands of slaves, Dani pointed to the huge wooden box beside her and said loudly to the iron horn, I promised that their glory would be eternal. Before I untie the slave collar for everyone, I want to announce 2 things. First, no slave owner can punish you anymore. This square will be renamed People's Square at this moment. Who are the people? The people are you, me, all of us. The people are the true masters of Astapor. Long live the People's Square, long live the Mother of Dragons. Misha, Misha. Tens of thousands of people raised their white, black, brown and amber arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices were so loud that the clouds in the sky were almost blown away. In fact, the people behind them did not hear anything at all, but there were 3 brightly colored dragons circling and roaring above Danny's head. They were all excited. Danny pressed her right hand down, and when the scene was quiet again, she continued to say to the iron horn, "Second, in the center of the People's Square, where the wooden platform was originally used to punish slaves, I will use the ashes of these 2,000 Freedom Guards to build a stone monument, the Freedom Guard Monument. It represents all the fighters who sacrificed for freedom in the past, present, and future, representing their will and representing their glory." Chapter 108. The People's Square and the Freedom Guardian Monument weren't just gimmicks. The so-called liberation of slaves wasn't just about unlocking the shackles. In the original plot, Danny Rice thought and did exactly that, and then she was done for. After destroying the old system, a new system had to be built to allow society to function stably. Otherwise, a world without system would be worse than the old world. The square and the monument were mainly to remind the new freedmen that they were the masters of this city. It was natural for them to build and protect their homes. Well, Danny conquered the slave city yesterday. Today, she was going to put new shackles on the freedmen. She needed them to work, she needed them to serve, and she needed them to farm. In the morning, Danny unlocked the necklaces of all the slaves with the help of the Unsullied. In the afternoon, under the bright sun, the new freedmen formed a long line in the red brick square, waiting to register their names, occupations, family status, and expectations for the future at the desk in front of the pyramid. Yesterday afternoon, after freeing the slave warriors, Danny's next target was the slaves who came out of the pyramid. For example, the chefs, kitchen maids, textile workers, and other manual workers were all happy and grateful to the Mother of Dragons. But when it came to the scholars, gardeners, doctors, and other high-tech workers, they were unwilling to become freedmen. When Danny asked for the reason, Scholar Ethan said, "The benevolent Lord treats me very well. My food, shelter, and clothes are all of the best quality. My work is also quite easy, and I have 2 maids to serve me. If I were to go out and make a living, I might not be able to survive. If your Majesty really wants to treat us well, why not sell us to Kayuan or Mirin? We are very popular and can be sold for a lot of money." This wasn't hard to understand. The Qing dynasty had a system of servants, and servants were actually slaves. But why were there so many people rushing to be servants for the Manchurian nobles? Even in the Qing dynasty novels, most of the big, female protagonists' identities were servants. Their lives and dignity were not their own. Their daughters and wives could be controlled by their masters as they pleased. Even modern women in the new society wanted to transmigrate back to be servants for the Manchurians. This was fucking ridiculous. The problem was that the hierarchy of the Qing dynasty was royal family, nobles, servants, Han officials, and Han commoners. If one was a servant of the royal family, their status would not be any worse than normal Manchus. First of all, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Whatever the emperor had, they had. What the emperor didn't have, they also had. Secondly, they had power. As the saying goes, if you want to hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to hit the emperor's dog? Finally, there was the future. Would there be no future if he became the emperor's servant? Haha, how many imperial princes and imperial grandsons were born from Bao Yi? Even the Jiaqing emperor's mother was also a concubine. This was the core motivation of the transsexual women. There was also the famous Chao Shuqin. His family had led the Jiangning weaving industry for 3 generations. His position in Jiangnan was second only to the governor of Liangjiang, but his identity was still that of an aristocratic family of the imperial household. Scholar Ethan and the others were in a similar situation. Danny's method of dealing with them was simple. Since they were so cheap, then they could be her slaves. That would save her a lot of money. Just like now, dozens of scholars each had a table, a chair, and a parasol over their heads. They were neatly arranged under the steps of the Great Pyramid. Under the scorching sun, they helped the freedmen register their identities and issue identity documents. They were all sweating and panting. Dany did not need to pay them a copper coin. Slaves working for their masters did not need to be paid. However, she did not hide in the Great Pyramid to cool off. Instead, she moved a chair to sit in the middle of the desk and personally answered the difficult questions of the freedmen. In this world, especially in Westeros, the king had the responsibility to meet the complainants at a fixed time. To put it in a simpler way, the king equals the neighborhood committee ant plus the county magistrate. Those who were wronged, those who encountered difficulties, and those who wanted to talk to the king could all line up at a fixed time to wait for the king's summons. If the king was lazy, he would let the king's hand handle it. For example, Ed Stark sat on the Iron Throne and accepted the complaints of Sir Clegane's atrocities from the people of Hajien, which led to a series of events such as the Brotherhood Without Flags and Madame Stoneheart. Oh, this was different from the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. In the history of the Celestial Empire, which prime minister dared to sit on the throne of the emperor? But here, the king's hand could represent the king and sit on the throne of the emperor. They controlled the country's military and finances, and they also had the power to appoint and dismiss officials. Other than not being able to sleep with the king's wife, they could do anything the king could do. The weight of the prime minister's power was enough to make the powerful ministers of China envious. But in the 300 years of the Targaryen dynasty, including the Robert and Lannister dynasties, not a single king's hand rebelled. They were all very obedient. If the king wanted to kill them, they would kill them. If the king wanted to exile them, they would pack their bags and leave the Westeros without a word. The main reason was that in a feudal country, the king's hand was only the king's hand. They only represented the king. The king's prestige would be greatly reduced if he left the royal territory, let alone the king's hand. If any king's hand dared to rebel, countless nobles would immediately raise their troops and teach them a lesson. In addition to fulfilling her obligations, Dany also wanted to learn more about the living conditions and demands of the people in the process of meeting the new free people. Then, she would try to select a few useful talents. The honest people who didn't have much talent would usually follow the crowd. They would do whatever the Mother of Dragons arranged. The people who really came to Dany either had some advanced ideas because of their own talent, or they were like Cleon, unwilling to be left out and had the heart to climb up. Dany would of course be wary of the latter, but there were no useless pieces on the chessboard. As a chess player, she had to be good at making use of every piece. She still remembered the example of Zanja. She was clearly the heroine of the first people of the Juggernauts, but she only left behind a series of unpleasant names, such as Zebra Face, Infertile, Cruel, and so on. She couldn't interfere with the bad things, but she also couldn't not do it. In this way, Cleon and the others could be used. When the Green Saintess came over in a small sedan, she saw Dany bending over the table under the umbrella, writing and drawing on a white sheepskin scroll. She was also talking to the people of the Summer Islands opposite her. You can do it without worry. I will lend you a sum of money without interest. You just have to pay it back within 10 years. If the goods can't be sold, every quarter. Well, once every 3 months, I will buy all the stock according to the market price. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young black girl wiped her tears and kept bowing until she noticed the Green Saintess figure. Then, she left. The people in the queue behind also took a few steps back, leaving room for Dany and the Green Saintess to talk. What does she want to do? The Green Saintess asked curiously. Her name is Lisa. She is a textile worker. Her embroidery skills are not inferior to the weavers of the Barbarian Palace. Dany handed over a handkerchief embroidered with a beautiful peony pattern and smiled. She wants to open a clothing store, but she doesn't have the capital. She is also worried that no one will buy the goods in the store. I will give her a 10-year interest-free loan to help her open the store. If the goods can't be sold, I will take all the money. The Green Saintess' wisdom told her that Dany's action had a deep meaning. However, her shallow experience and knowledge prevented her from further peeking into the truth. "Why did you come to me?" As she asked, Danny asked Ji-Chi to pour the saintess a cup of cool and sweet lemonade from the jar. Danny did not follow the example of other kings and queens who sat on the throne while the audience stood below to show their majesty. Under such circumstances, how could she listen to the truth? Her wooden chair came from the good Lord. Although it was spacious and luxurious, the saintess opposite her also had a chair. She could talk to Queen Danny face to face. The green saintess sat down and looked at the bright sunlight around her. She felt like she was sitting on a burning pit. She wiped her forehead and sighed. "Your Majesty, you should receive visitors in the pyramid. The pyramid is too high. Ordinary people can't reach it or see it," Danny said with a smile. The bottom of the pyramid was very low, but it was mostly prisons, warehouses, and servants' residences. Visitors would also be received at the top, which was 100 meters high. When climbing up, they would puff and puff. When climbing down, they would puff and puff. If it were her, she would hesitate to see the cheap queen. Moreover, the trial process without the audience was not a mirror hanging high. The green saintess hesitated and said, "But the queen receiving guests in the square is too. In a few days, I will transform a spacious hall at the bottom of the pyramid to receive ordinary people," Danny said. "This." The green saintess's face changed behind the green silk. "Your Majesty, the nobles of Gith used to mummify the bodies of their ancestors at the bottom of the pyramid." Don't worry, saintess," Danny waved her hand, picked up the porcelain bowl on the table and drank half a bowl of lemonade. She sighed comfortably. "Even if they are all evil slave owners, since they are dead, I won't hurt their remains. Aren't the bodies of the Gith people who died a few days ago in the Pride Square, waiting for their families to claim them?" Thinking of the rotten square, the green saintess couldn't help but turn pale. How many people died? Who would come to claim their bodies? In the hot summer, after a few days, the bodies had turned into water. "Your Majesty, burn the rest, so as not to cause a plague," she advised. "Well, burn it tonight," Danny replied. If the green saintess didn't remind her, she would also burn it. She had made it clear before that the time to claim the bodies of her family was only 3 days. After 3 days, the rest would be burned immediately. There was a notice on the Pride Square. "I will move the coffins in the pyramid to a pyramid. In this way, it will not violate the tradition of the nobles of Gith, but also leave a lot of space for other purposes. Your Majesty is wise." The green saintess was very pleased with Danny's intentions and said, "I came to see your Majesty for 2 things. First, there are still 3 pyramids occupied by the nobles. If they are willing to surrender, how will you deal with them? Second, there is the problem with Sir Shackle's style. In the process of recovering the 15 pyramids, 12 families were killed. Only a few families left with children under the age of 5. The nobles in the other 3 pyramids surrendered, but the knights still killed all the adults over the age of 14. Seeing Danny's serious face, the green saintess advised, "If you only want to rule Astapor, it is fine. But you have a grand ambition to change the whole of Slave Bay. You know, Astapor is only a border city in Slave Bay. Kayuan and Mirin have more and bigger pyramids, and there are also strong walls outside the pyramids. I have given strict orders to only kill the most heinous slave owners, and never harm their children." The leaflets scattered on the pyramids and the notices pasted on the streets and alleys all made it clear. 2,000 freedom guardians died in the uprising, and almost half of them died in the hands of the Unsullied because they violated the bottom line I set, Danny said slowly. "But the Great Pyramid behind you was destroyed, and no one came out to take responsibility. So, Sir Shackle had nothing to worry about. He seemed to have found an example in the other pyramids, and before they opened the gates to surrender, he killed the entire family of the merchant." Chapter 109. On the 3rd day after breaking through the city gates, all the pyramids fell into Danny's hands. Excluding the strange pyramids with circular domes like the Temple of Divine Grace, there were a total of 18 pyramids. The tallest belonged to the great slave Lord Grazdan, 100 meters, and the shortest was less than 50 meters. 8 of them were exterminated, 4 of them only had a few children under the age of 5 left, and 3 of them lost all their adults, leaving only the minors under the age of 14 alive. In the last 3 families, Danny did not execute a single person because of the appearance of the green saintess. In another week's time, the entire city was cleaned up by the Unsullied. Whether it was the new freedmen or the original Guy's civilians, there were more than 123,000 people. Well, the 18 pyramids and the accompanying Colosseum contributed tens of thousands of slaves. The ratio of freedmen from slaves to Guy's civilians was close to 20:1, and Estapo fell completely into Danny's hands. When the document registered the freedmen, they were divided into 5 classes by soldier, farmer, worker, merchant. Simply put, skilled craftsmen were workers, and they could also choose to start their own business like the textile worker Lisa and become a small merchant. For honest people who were unskilled and illiterate, or those who had family ties, Danny would allocate dozens of mu of fertile land to them and go to the Worm River plains outside the city to be farmers. For example, the original slave soldiers and gladiators were incorporated into the militia by Danny, and Knight Yora was responsible for training them into a regular army. Well, this would also be a process of elimination. The elite militia would be drawn out and incorporated into another team, and the unqualified would become local guards like the police and constables. At present, the Unsullied were still in charge of maintaining order in the city, but their best use was in the War of the Wild Legion, and it was too wasteful to put them in the city as guards. Those who were literate were counted as soldiers, but the taxi under Danny's command and the scholar bureaucrat were 2 completely different concepts. The true power was in the hands of the nobles who could hold a knife and kill people. In this world, there would never be a scholar bureaucrat. Because the social structure of this world was open, it was impossible to live a small life behind closed doors like Huaxia Chao. Without a doubt, scholar bureaucrats were beneficial to maintaining royal rule. If one wanted to centralize power and become a true emperor, scholar bureaucrats were the emperor's best helpers. But at the same time, no matter which dynasty, when the scholar officials came to power, the power of the country would inevitably decline. It was easy for martial artists to cause chaos in the country, but the military power was really strong. In a relatively closed environment like the Celestial Empire, no matter how weak a unified empire was, it was still stronger than the barbarian kingdoms nearby. As long as the government was clean, most of the time, it could still be a comfortable big brother. But this world is open. If your military power is weak, you can't survive. Therefore, the Westeros City of Learning had been around for thousands of years. Almost every aristocrat had a scholar to guide them. The scholar's knowledge and experience were several times or even dozens of times better than the scholars of the Celestial Dynasty. However, the scholars still could not become a powerful scholar official class. Well, I really don't mean to belittle the ancient scholars of the Celestial Dynasty or to elevate the status of scholars. The scholars in A Song of Ice and Fire were super awesome. Art, literature, mathematics, and agriculture were just the basics. Philosophy, archaeology, astrology, medicine, anatomy, magic, occultism, and so on were all subjects that one had to dabble in. Moreover, the scholars were not just studying. The birth of each scholar was extremely strict, and their action power was extremely strong. They could be used as doctors, as teachers for children, as aides, secretaries, and housekeepers for aristocrats. If there was a war, they could also be used as military strategists. They could do almost anything you could think of. The scholars were not afraid of death and often ran around the world to explore new knowledge. For example, Scholar Marwyn, the teacher of Witch Miri. A Westeros actually went to the Shadowland tens of thousands of miles away to study abroad. Anyone who knew how to read and count was classified as a scholar by Danny. Well, the scholar's scholar was dedicated to serving others. She herself established a staff of 200 people, all of whom were slave scholars who did not want to become free people. Dani did not treat them too badly. She still let them live in the Great Pyramid with 2 maids serving them. The 3 meals a day were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Dani's. Well, the maids were not slaves anymore. They signed labor contracts, had wages, pensions, and medical insurance, the kind of real medical insurance that was completely free. Even so, it was cheaper than hiring scholars as clerks. If those scholars got rid of their slave status and came to sign labor contracts with Dani, the salary they received would be much higher than the price Dani paid to keep them. I really don't know what they are thinking, Dani complained to Whitebeard. Whitebeard told her that this was normal. In Westeros, the scholars were almost the same as these scholars. They did not take a salary and served their lords for free for the rest of their lives. The aristocrats were also responsible for supporting them for the rest of their lives. Well, they had to let the scholars live a decent life. If the aristocrats dared to insult, abuse, bully, or dismiss their scholars for no reason, the City of Knowledge would also stand up for those scholars. In addition to threatening to no longer provide scholars to the aristocratic families, the City of Knowledge could also punish the other party through the scholars of the King's Landing. Without the scholars, there would be no one to manage the messenger crows. The aristocrats could not even communicate with the outside world. As one of the ministers of the council, the scholars were eligible to participate in the imperial conference. Although Dani had artificially delineated the 5 major classes, these new social classes were very unbalanced. Counting the service industry, workers accounted for more than half of the population. There were more than 50,000 people, mostly women. There were 30,000 soldiers. The older ones were 50 or 60 years old, and the younger ones were only 8 or 9 years old. Only a few thousand Jith people chose to be merchants, although they had few businesses and shops. There were too few people who chose to be farmers. Almost all of them were cowardly farming people such as Raza and Naz. These days, except for the Jith people who had families and businesses, the new free people in the city relied on Dani to support them. Although there were sufficient materials in the pyramid, this kind of life of eating from the same pot could not last long. Therefore, she must restore the normal order of the city as soon as possible. In the new society under the new system, the first priority was to clarify the laws and regulations. 10 days after the defeat of Astapor, the mist of the early morning dissipated like a phantom. The red sun was like an egg yolk. Before it rose to the top of the Great Pyramid, the red brick square had begun to heat up slightly. Woo-woo, a long and low horn sounded at the top of the Great Pyramid, and the whole city quickly woke up under a strange power. In the 10 days that the Mother of Dragons ruled Astapor, there were several similar situations. The citizens knew that she was summoning the city's residents to gather in the People's Square. I heard that this is the sound of the dragon horn. The dragon horn can control the Megalosaurus. A new free person whispered to his companion as he walked. He was a middle-aged black man from the Midsummer Islands. He was less than 1.5 meters tall. His body was thin, and his hands and feet were agile. He used to be a handyman raised by a benevolent master, but now he was considered a mechanic. Maybe. The handyman's companion was a free scholar. He was a white man in his 40s. He was of medium build and was not very knowledgeable. He was not the kind of high-class slave who lived a good life. However, he was more knowledgeable than his companion. He said worriedly, "I hope it's not the slave master of Kayuan City." "What are you afraid of?" "Not counting the newly formed 30,000 guards, Her Majesty the Queen still has more than 10,000 unsullied. I want to join the Queen's Guard. Then I will have a chance to take revenge on the slave traders. I can even become Her Majesty's bugler." The skinny man said. "You don't understand. The slave masters of Kayuan City don't need to defeat the unsullied. If they burn the manors outside the city first, the livelihood of more than 100,000 people in the city will become a big problem." The free scholar said. No city could be completely self-sufficient. They had to rely on farming and animal husbandry in the suburbs to maintain their daily necessities. Astapor was no exception. Apart from the 100,000 people in the city, there were at least 200,000 slave masters' manors on the plains of the Worm River outside the city. Of those 200,000 people, there were about 30,000 Jith people. Before she had the time to deal with the slave masters, Dany had also sent the centaur cavalry to the village entrance to post a notice of the "For Great Prohibitions, anyone who dares to kill their own slaves on a large scale will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to burn grain stores, wheat fields, and olive trees, or kill large groups of cattle and sheep and let them rot will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to poison wells, block wells, or even destroy irrigation channels and farm infrastructure will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to form an army and kill patrolling centaur cavalry will have their entire family wiped out." Of course, Dany wasn't blindly tyrannical. Behind the 4 prohibitions was a placating letter to the Jith people. Queen Dany Rise solemnly promises that any slave master who doesn't violate the 4 prohibitions will have their family and children protected. Their property will also be protected to a limited extent, including their fields and warehouses. The free scholar and the skinny man didn't know this, nor did they know that more than 20 slave masters had been wiped out in the past 10 days. If slave masters could be frightened by a few notices, they wouldn't be evil slave masters. Some shrewd guys deliberately set fire to grain stores and olive groves, hoping to attract centaur patrols, and then they would wait for them to catch them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the ideal was vivid and full, but the reality was cruel. The work of household registration for the new freedmen was indeed complicated, but it was all done by the clerical team. Dany herself was quite idle. While practicing swordsmanship with Whitebeard, she received a few citizen visitors. Her days were very relaxed and comfortable. Therefore, she had time to act as a scout for the centaur cavalry. Before every operation, Blackie would fly around the manor to see the situation of the Jith people clearly. The black dragon would even land on the ground and draw a map of the manor's defenses with its claws. The next step was simple. 1,000 Unsullied rushed up, and 200 centaur cavalry mounted outside. Almost all the rebellious manors were swept away in one wave. Then the heads of the slave masters' families were put on spears by the centaurs and run around the village. The rest of the people were honest. Well, Dany's so-called wiping out of the family was not the whole family. Only the adults were killed, and the children under the age of 14 were temporarily locked up. She would deal with them after she was done with this. There were 2 reasons why she didn't directly send the Unsullied to flatten the manors. First, she was afraid that the manor owners would be driven to desperation and frantically destroy food and production materials. Second, the casualties were too high. With the help of the big gang, 18 Unsullied and 22 centaur warriors died in quelling the unrest in more than 20 manors, while the other side only paid more than 1,000 Jith farmers. The idea was not 1,000 Unsullied plus 200 centaurs versus 1,000 Jith people. Only half of the 1,700 Jith people were men, and they were scattered across more than 20 manors. Only less than 100 Jith people and 300 to 400 wavering slave farmers would fight against the 1,000 Unsullied each time. The main reason was that the complex environment of the manors was not suitable for battle. Each manor was almost a small castle, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chapter 110. Dany's denouncing the Jith people was not a lie. She really intended to redeem the manor's property and food reserves. Hey, Tom, look, the Unsullied are posting notices again. Let's go over and see what's written on it. Before the Freedom Guardian monument was erected, Dany ordered the craftsmen to build a low wall around the People's Square to act as a BBS bulletin board for Astapor. If Dany had any decree to issue, in addition to posting notices on the bulletin board and streets, she would also let the Unsullied carry this copper gong and scatter it in every corner of the city. While striking the gong to attract the attention of the citizens, they would recite Dany's instructions loudly. They would not just recite it once, but like a repeater, they would recite it repeatedly. If they encountered a citizen who came forward to ask, they would also explain a certain decree in detail. Well, in fact, 99% of the unsullied were illiterate, or rather, the slave masters did not teach them to read. They could recite loudly and explain to the citizens because of the lessons given to them by the scholars the night before. Dany commanded the scholars, and the scholars conveyed the holy will to the unsullied, and the unsullied went to the streets to let the citizens of the city understand Queen Dany's instructions. At first, Dany had the idea of letting the scholars stand under the notice as commentators. Just like the plot of a costume drama, there was a wanted poster at every city gate, and under the wanted poster, there must be an old scholar who failed to pass the examination proudly showing off his words. When the old scholar explained the notice, the illiterate people around him would follow with, "Oh, ah, yeah." Unfortunately, those scholars were pretentious and were unwilling to do it. "Your Majesty, it's not that I want to go against your will, but the king will not use Edu porcelain as a chamber pot. When the benevolent lord bought me, he spent a total of 1,888 gold coins. I am proficient in history, literature, poetry, musical performance, and other knowledge. When I was 25 years old, I also obtained a senior scholar certificate in the Volantis Great Library. I can't be confused with a street performer." At that time, Ethan cried to Dany. Then Dany asked Cora, "The ransom of a Westeros knight is usually 100 gold royals." "About 300 gold coins," Cora nodded with an ugly expression. First volume of Dany Lys Codex, Preface. I am Dany Lys Targaryen. I establish this codex, so that the light of justice may shine upon the land and destroy all sin and evil, so that the strong may not oppress the weak. Tom, the freelance scholar, read the words aloud. "So it's the code of laws," the skinny technician said in disappointment. "Jerry, you don't understand. The law is the foundation of governance, the pillar of the country. Now I can rest assured." Scholar Tom laughed. "Don't worry about what?" Skinny Monkey asked doubtfully. "I've been worried that Her Majesty the Queen would leave with the Unsullied after liberating Astapor. After all, she wants to return to the Westeros to restore the Targaryen dynasty. If that's the case, we'll be doomed. What does the Codex have to do with her leaving?" The technician still didn't quite understand. The freelance scholar shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Great Pyramid with an excited expression. He sighed and said, "Queen Dany Alice is more wise and brave than I thought. She really wanted to change the world, and she had the ability to change the decaying old world. It's not like what I was worried about. The liberation of the slaves was just a momentary outburst of sympathy for a little girl. Hey, Mr. Scholar, stop sighing. Hurry up and tell us what's written on the notice." The illiterate citizen beside him stomped his feet impatiently. "Oh, let me see." The freelance scholar shifted his gaze to the notice wall again and read aloud, 1. Under the gods, the people of the world have different identities, but they are all born free. Enslaving others is the first original sin, and they will be cursed by the gods and true dragons. Good. Well said, we are born free, and the slave owners should go to hell. Long live the mother of dragons, long live Queen Dany Alice. Misha, Misha. After the first article of the Code of Laws was read, the new freedmen around him cheered loudly. However, the scholar frowned slightly. He realized that this law did not specify the punishment for those who sold slaves. If the gods' curses were effective, would Astapor still exist for 6,000 years? It would be more realistic to say that they will be punished by the dragon breath of the Megalosaurus. What he didn't know was that Dany had put a lot of thought into this. The first book of the Code of Laws only told the people of the world what could be done and what could not be done. It was written in a relatively simple and popular way to increase the circulation and acceptance of the Code of Laws. The first article was written in too much detail. The illiterate citizens would be too tired to read it, and 80% of them would not be able to remember it. At the same time, they would also neglect the equally important articles of the Code of Laws below. It would be better to turn the first book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws into a custom and tradition that everyone knows. When the actual sentence was handed down, there would be the second book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws to explain it in detail. Yes, there would definitely be a second book of Danny Alice's Code of Laws in the future. That would be prepared for professionals, such as judges and lawyers. Oh, even the most civilized Westeros did not have judges and lawyers. This time, Danny had raised the level of civilization of this world by a large margin. 2. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime and must be punished equally. Among them, killing children and infants is the most severe. 3. The legal property of a citizen is sacred and inviolable. The king cannot ask for wealth other than taxes from his subjects. 4. The untrustworthy person will be spurned by the gods. Written contracts and oral agreements with witnesses will be protected by the king and the megalosaurus. 5. Theft. The first 4 articles were more epoch-making. Perhaps every race had similar traditions, but they did not form a clear law. From the 5th article onwards, the content of the Danny Alice's Code of Laws became universal. Of course, it was more suitable for this era and this world. There were detailed regulations for criminal, civil, trade, marriage, inheritance, trial, taxes, household registration, and other systems. That's right, household registration was also a new thing. Although Danny had always said that she was learning from the Manchurian system, and even created the Moon Gate hairstyle and the 8 Banners military system, it could be seen from the laws she made that the core of the Astapor kingdom she created was more like the Han dynasty. The Qing dynasty also followed the Ming dynasty. Especially from the household registration and taxes system, it could extend the concept of a different county system. Of course, she would not really create the Han dynasty. Any dynasty in China, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, was innately close to strengthening the centralization of power. A dynasty with a high centralization of power was destined to not live long. The very simple reason was that the power of the country was concentrated in the hands of the emperor, and the probability of a fatuous or mediocre emperor was much higher than that of a sacred monarch. In particular, the Targaryen family had the Mad King gene. If the past Targaryen Mad Kings were born in the Chinese dynasty, according to their habits of seeking death, it was estimated that they would not even be able to maintain the dynasty for 50 years. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a burst of drumming from the people's square. It was like thunder in the hearts of everyone. "The Queen is summoning us," the freelance scholar shouted and quickly squeezed to the Great Pyramid. Many personal experiences told him that he was too far away from the Queen. Other than shouting, "Long live the Queen," with the crowd, he could not hear or see anything else. Skinny Monkey was also very smart and moved faster than him. The two of them almost rolled and crawled to a position 10 meters away from the pyramid. Well, if they got any closer, they would not be able to see Queen Danny on the stone steps. Long live the Mother of Dragons, long live Queen Danny Liz. Scholar Tom saw the Queen so clearly for the first time, and he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Danny stood on the second big step, about 7 meters from the ground of the square. On her left stood the Green Saintess and Sir Broken Shackles, and on her right stood Whitebeard and Aggo. Slave Master. Skinny Monkey pointed to the third step and exclaimed. The freelance scholar was stunned and looked up. Sure enough, there were nearly 100 Gith people in toka robes standing on the steps above the Queen. There were young boys and girls, women with scarves on their faces, and children of a few years old in the arms of women. Are you going to judge the children of the good Lord? As soon as the freelance scholar finished speaking, he laughed and said, if they are sinners, how can they stand above the Queen? Woo! The Queen stepped forward and blew a black horn fixed on a wooden frame. The desolate and low sound made everyone in the square feel their hearts sink for a moment. Suddenly, the square of tens of thousands of people was so quiet that only their own breathing could be heard. You have read the code, Article 2. It is a great crime to harm the lives of innocent people, and the crime of killing children and infants is the most serious. What is an innocent person? Without an open and fair trial, only God knows whether he is guilty or not, but ignorant children and infants are necessarily innocent. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime, and it is unforgivable. The freelance scholar praised, "The Queen is wise, the Queen is merciful," in his heart, and wondered, what does the Queen want to say? Until she suddenly pointed to the slave master's relatives on the third step above. Their father and brother sold slaves, treating the lives of slaves as nothing. Their hands are full of blood, and they should be sentenced to death. Death penalty. Death penalty. The crowd below was furious and shouted loudly. For the first time, the Gith nobles above experienced this kind of criticism from the people. Their faces were pale, and they were about to cry. No one knew whether they had repented of their evil slave master life, but they must have deeply understood one thing at this moment: the small world they lived in had changed. Seeing the Queen's right hand pressed down, the freelance scholar, like the others, immediately stopped shouting, looked at her and continued to speak. A person can decide his own future, and can also make changes at this moment, but he can't choose his own birth. Yes, they are mostly the descendants of evil slave masters, but they have no choice. They are still young, and their hands are not stained with blood. They are innocent, they don't deserve to die, but now, many innocent people have died in the hands of the rebel freedom guards. Oh, don't tell me you want to kill the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. The freelance scholar was shocked and had a very bad guess. What? The skinny monkey was confused and sighed, "I think what Her Majesty the Queen said is very reasonable. I didn't think about it before, but after Her Majesty's advice, I realized that people really can't choose their own birth. I also don't want to be a slave." The freelance scholar was stupefied. If you could choose, would you reincarnate as an evil slave master? Well, that's not the point. The Queen's words seemed to be paving the way for the following actions. Chapter 111. What happened next gradually matched the freelance scholar's ominous premonition. On the first stone step below the Queen, men in hemp clothes with shackles on their hands and feet came out one by one. They were escorted by the Unsullied. Their white linen short-sleeved shirts had the word "Sin" written in black paint on the front and back, in Valeglia, not Chinese. They wore tall white triangular hats on their foreheads with the words "Freedom Guard" on them. The freelance scholar Tom's face was a little distorted. What did this mean? Not only did she acknowledge their contribution to the slave liberation movement, but she also condemned them for killing the slave owner's son. Let them die honorably. The prisoners' clothes and appearance were still neat, but their faces were full of resentment and resentment. Obviously, they would rather live in cowardice than die honorably. Isn't this too much? The skinny monkey also reacted and suddenly felt that the Queen was a little harsh. The first 4 steps were almost crowded with freedom guards. A rough estimate put it at more than 500 people. There is no doubt that they are freedom guards. They have made outstanding contributions in the slave uprising, but they are also guilty of the most heinous crimes. They have killed hundreds of innocent underage children, including many infants. The tens of thousands of new freedmen in the square were silent. They agreed with the Queen's words in their hearts, but they also felt that the slave owners deserved it even if their whole family was cremated. At least the heads of the rebellious slaves should not be chopped off. The fox mourns the death of the rabbit. The Queen's speech continued. She shouted into the loudspeaker, "Before entering the city, I distributed hundreds of leaflets to the pyramids, clearly stating that children under the age of 14 are not to be harmed. They have violated the rules I made and crossed the bottom line of being human." During the slave uprising in the city, the Unsullied executed hundreds of freedom guards because they were strong, hurt ordinary people, and killed the children of the slave merchants. Selling slaves is a crime. Strong women and killing children are also crimes. There is no difference between the three. Today, I have promulgated the code, making it clear that evil must be cleansed and justice must be promoted. I declare that they are guilty. The queen pointed to the freedom guards who were forced to kneel on the stone steps by the Unsullied and made her judgment. Noises of discussion could be heard in the square, and the atmosphere was not friendly. Scholar Tom looked around and saw that everyone's expression was serious, and their eyes seemed to be unhappy. He could not help but sigh and say, "It's over. Her Majesty the Queen is still too upright. After today, there will definitely be new freedmen who will resent her. Sigh, Her Majesty the Queen is fair and impartial, but I don't feel too happy about it." The skinny man frowned. The human heart is like water, and the people's movements are like smoke. Everyone hopes for the sage monarch, but when the true sage monarch descends, how many people can accept her absolute fairness? The freelance scholar said bitterly. It's better to kill him in a low-key manner and then post the announcement. Someone nearby heard their conversation and couldn't help but interject. Yes. The scholar looked at the fat man in surprise. The fat man was tall and fat, and his face was fairer than the scholar's. It seemed that he had met someone of the same profession. Was he also a scholar? "I'm Tom, a freelance scholar." "Oh, hello, Tom. My name is Morono, a warrior of the Mother of Dragons Infantry Legion," the white fatty said. "Warrior?" The scholar Tom's mouth twitched, and when he was about to ask again, he heard the queen say loudly, "They are guilty and must be judged. But at the same time, they have contributed greatly in the process of liberating the pyramid. So I'm here to ask Her Excellency the Green Saintess for one thing. Can you ask the gods to put their sins on me? I'm willing to accept the punishment on their behalf." Danny's words not only shocked the Freedom Guardians, who were secretly cursing her in their hearts, but also countless free people in the square. Even the Green Saintess next to her was a little bit unprepared. Her face behind the green silk scarf showed obvious shock and disbelief. Danny saw that the Green Saintess opened her mouth and didn't answer, so she continued, "Green Saintess is the High Priest of the Divine Grace Temple. You are qualified to communicate with the gods and help them to pass on their decisions. Can I accept the punishment of the law on behalf of the Freedom Guardians who bear the sins? What else can I say?" The Green Saintess's mind was in a mess. She was completely confused about Danny's behavior. She could only reply mechanically, "Your Majesty's kindness and justice move the world. What you have done moves the gods. Her Excellency the Green Saintess said to me." Danny seemed to have received an oracle, and she shouted excitedly into the loudspeaker, "The gods allow me to accept the punishment on behalf of the Freedom Guardians. I should have been sentenced to death, but I'm the queen, and I can't kill myself. Therefore, for every 10 people's sins, I will be whipped once." "No, Princess. Your Majesty, there are 500 people down there." Whitebeard had a complicated look on his face. He was moved by the justice and kindness of the princess, but he was also worried about her honesty and intolerant character. At this time, when he heard that his queen was going to be punished on behalf of the slaves, and such a heavy punishment, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. "Your Highness, you are really the kindest, most benevolent, just, and righteous queen in the history of civilization." Not to mention Whitebeard, even the Green Saintess who was talked about was shocked on the spot. She never thought that Danny had such courage. The Freedom Guardians below and the free people who heard the Queen's words on the square all cried out, "Misha, Misha," with tears in their eyes. The descendants of the Guise nobles above also gradually admired the kind-hearted and just Queen Danny in the incomparable shock. Well, the poor people of the world of ice and fire, this was the first time they experienced such a traitor-style trick of the great celestial empire, and they fell into it after only one wave. These people couldn't be blamed for being naive. Danny's operation was all a play in the eyes of modern people, but when they thought about Chow Chow, the elites of the three kingdoms had experienced various kinds of tricks. Facing Chow Chow who cut off his head, they were still shocked and in awe of him. Compared with Chow Chow, Danny really paid a lot this time, and the price she paid was much higher than him. Not to mention in the other world where the hierarchy was more strict, even in ancient Huaxia, she could easily surpass Chao Lu. Liu Bei also fell to the ground in a play. The fundamental reason was that in this era where the nobles had the highest privileges, people were never equal. Putting the three kingdoms aside, in the most civilized Westeros, the lowest-ranked knights killing the free people in their own territory and wantonly snatching the wives and daughters of the farmers was not a crime at all. Those who were more considerate would compensate a few silver coins. Those who were more ruthless would pull up their pants after doing it and kill the entire family. Hunters who hunted in the forest of the noble's territory were considered as stealing the noble's property. They would either have their hands chopped off, really chopped off, or be sent to the Great Wall to feed the deviant ghosts. In Slaves Bay, the privileges of the nobles were displayed even more brazenly. For a stage play, in order to simulate the Battle of the Guy's army, the Guy's people made 200 slaves pay the price with their lives. Obviously, in the eyes of the good Lord, the death of 200 slaves was worth it if he could laugh to his heart's content. Who was Dany? The mother of dragons, a noble descendant of the royal family, the true queen of Astapor, took a whip for 10 slaves, even if she let the Freedom Guardians offset their crimes and gave each of them a few whips. The Green Saintess, the descendants of the good Lord, and the new free people in the square would all praise her fairness. But, alright, Dany also wanted to complain. In this world, it was not popular to give one's body, hair, and skin to one's parents. Otherwise, she would have cut her hair. Soon, the Unsullied built a wooden cross at the entrance to the second floor of the pyramid. Dany, wearing a soft apricot yellow linen cheongsam, consciously put her hands into the ring on the cross and leaned her body against the thick pillar. Then, a muscular man with a fierce face and a bare upper body walked out from the pyramid. He was 2 meters tall, and the muscles on his lower abdomen were bigger than Dany's breasts. His arms were thicker than Dany's waist, and he weighed more than 350 pounds. The Devil's Tail, Hattar. Shocked gasps could be heard in the square. Just like how Cleon's pig-killing skills were the best in the city, Hattar's whip was also regarded as the most vicious, just like the Devil's Tail. It was said that he once whipped a female slave who had bitten Krasnik in half, and the whole process only took 12 whips. Boo-hoo, they actually let Hattar carry out the punishment. This is too. Someone in the square started crying. Dany explained, only Hattar's whip is worth the sins of 10 freedom guards. Misha, 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 so, everyone couldn't help but raise their right fist and shout loudly. Calixi, I am your blood, let me take the punishment for you, Kalilo said with an ugly expression. Blood of my blood, I will be fine. Furthermore, my current identity is not only Calixi, but also the Queen of Astapor. Hattar, if anything happens to Calixi, I will slice you into 9,000 pieces, Jogo lowered his voice and said in rough Valeglia. Ago didn't say anything. He just pulled out the scimitar at his waist and stared at the fatty who kept using the belt at his waist to sharpen it. There is no need for you to threaten me. Last night, Her Majesty the Queen called me to the bestial battle arena to watch how the 3 dragons tore a strong bull into charred bones. In the end, she even asked me, is the bull from the Red Wasteland stronger, or are you stronger? Damn it, I couldn't fall asleep after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I would dream of the 3 dragons breathing fire at me. Slap, the Devil's Tail Hattar whipped the Queen's back with a wooden face. With just one whip, her clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin and a 30 centimeters long scarlet scar. Fresh blood was already flowing out. However, Dany clenched the cork in her mouth tightly. Her face turned pale and she groaned. Her Majesty the Queen, boo-hoo, a whip is worth the sins of 10 people. After Dany was whipped, the Unsullied immediately escorted 10 prisoners wearing tall hats up from the lower level. In front of everyone, the Unsullied untied the chains on the prisoners' hands and feet and took off the clothes on their upper body. The 10 bare-chested burly men didn't rejoice at regaining their freedom. After seeing the whip scar on Danny's back, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry loudly. The free people below the square also choked up and called out, "Misha," wave after wave. Slap, Hattar whipped again with a wooden face. However, he thought of another thing in his heart: the first few whips must be ruthless enough. Ruthless but not spicy. Although the whip scar is deep, the flesh is torn open and blood is dripping, it's only a superficial wound. It won't hurt the muscles and bones at all. After a few whips, Her Majesty the Queen's back will definitely be a mess, like rotten meat. In this way, the remaining dozens of whips only need to be loud and beautiful enough. Although it looks like the whips are flying, there won't even be a superficial wound. With the Devil's Tail Hatter's peerless whip technique, he can even make afterimages fly. The sound is like thunder, but it feels as light as a feather. This kind of whip technique is the capital to ensure that I won't be eaten by the dragons. Chapter 112. Whitebeard finally understood why Danny was called the Immortal, because she really didn't burn. Yesterday morning, her whipping as punishment earned enough tears and reverence from the people. Queen Danny was about to become the blessed Saint Danny. Unfortunately, there were no monks of the Church of the Seven Gods here. People in the city, whether they were new freemen, ordinary people or nobles of guise, were in awe of her to the extreme. When the news spread outside the city, more than a dozen manor owners closest to the city immediately declared their allegiance. Because in the process of Queen Danny's personal deification, the Queen's code she formulated also became as heavy as Mount Tai, sacred and inviolable. Her Majesty used her blood to cast infinite sanctity and great authority. It could be said that in the more than 10,000 years of history of this different world, there had never been a code that could be so wholeheartedly accepted and respected by the people on the day of its birth. This was also the main purpose of Danny. With the history of the Celestial Empire, she had too many means and routines to win the love and worship of the people. It was too stupid to whip herself, and the price was too high. The core purpose of the 50 whips yesterday was to promote the code. As long as her code was quickly known and accepted by the people, Apasta could settle down in the shortest time, and her burden would become the cornerstone to support her. Danny did not forget that there were Kayuan and Mirin in the north, New Guys in the south, Queers in the east, and Volantis in the west. Those city-states relied on the slave trade to maintain their abnormal prosperity, and they would not easily let go of Danny, an alien. Compared with these, the price of 50 whips was too low. After being barbecued in the charcoal last night, all the wounds had scabbed this morning. In a few days, not only would the wounds be healed, but even a scar would not be left. Whitebeard, who saw the barbecued queen for the first time, was inexplicably shocked. He kept muttering, true dragon, those mad kings in history were not all lunatics. There really is a true dragon reborn in the fire. He thought for an entire night, and then this morning, he came to Danny and knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty Danny Liz, I have something to tell you. In the garden at the top of the pyramid, under the shade of the apple tree, a soft couch was propped up. Danny was lying on it, leisurely flipping through a thick book. The salty sea breeze blowing from the distant sea, mixed with the sweet apple fragrance above her head, and the blurry and elegant scent of the pansy and Persian chrysanthemum beside her, created an intoxicating and vigorous vitality around Danny. What is it? Danny's eyes didn't move away from the book. After she had gained complete control of the 18 pyramids and the Temple of Divine Grace, she moved all the books, as long as they were not duplicated, regardless of the text or content, into the Great Pyramid beneath her. As a result, in an age before printing, Danny had a large and luxurious library at her disposal. There are more than 300 books. She was now reading a history book. The author described the 5 wars that led to the destruction of the Guise Empire from the perspective of the Guise people and the war with Valeglia. Through this more objective and fair history book, Danny confirmed one thing. The Guise Empire 5,000 years ago was not Egypt, but more like the ancient Roman Empire. In the symbol of the harpy, the claw of the harpy was not holding the slave chain at all, but the golden lightning. The meaning of the two was very different. The former Gai's empire was a great and glorious civilization, but after the destruction of the capital of Gai's, the old Gai's, by the Valeglia, the Gai's people completely fell. They couldn't be blamed. The original purpose of the existence of Slave Bay was to cultivate high-quality slaves for the Valeglia, bed slaves, scholars, housekeepers, gardeners, servants, and so on. The Gai's people didn't have the right to choose their own development model. Your Majesty. Seeing that Danny was still engrossed in the book, Whitebeard couldn't help but call out again. I'm listening. Go ahead. Alas, I lied to you. He lowered his head and sighed. Now Danny was interested. She put the bookmark and closed the book. She turned back to look at the old man kneeling on the ground and asked, What did you lie to me about? My name is not Aston. The old man's hesitant eyes had a hint of hidden pride. My real name is Baristan Selmy. Danny looked at him strangely and couldn't figure out why he revealed his identity at this time. She nodded and said softly, I guessed that you were hiding your identity, but I didn't expect it to be the fearless Baristan. Viserys has told me a lot of Westeros legends, and your deeds occupy a large part of them, surpassing the White Bull and second only to Arthur Dane, the divine sword of Buddhism. Danny's reaction made the old man both disappointed and inexplicably relieved. Although His Majesty didn't show the ecstatic and shocked expression that he should have when seeing a legendary person, he also didn't get angry because of his slave of 3 surnames and surrender to the usurper. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, Your Highness is too kind. It was Sir Jero Hyder, White Bull, who put on the white robe for me. He was my legendary captain for life, and Sir Dane's swordsmanship is beyond my reach. Ha! Danny chuckled and looked at him strangely. If Viserys was here, he wouldn't talk to you so calmly. He would have the guards drag you down and cut you to death. In the past 10 years, he never said a good word about you. Every time he mentioned the White Bull, the divine sword of Buddhism, and the other legendary Kingsguard, he would scold you. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I have tarnished my own glory and dimmed the glory of the Kingsguard. The old man's face immediately turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Sir Selmy, please stand up. Danny wiped away the smile on her face and said seriously, The truth before my eyes is far better than the rumors, even the rumors that are spread by millions. After being together for so many days, I have clearly witnessed your noble character and outstanding martial skills. The old man didn't stand up. Instead, he lowered his head and said in a choked voice, Your Majesty, your magnanimity makes me ashamed. I have to be so magnanimous that it makes you ashamed. Otherwise, how can I increase your loyalty? Danny said seriously, I am not being magnanimous. Your previous actions are enough for you to straighten your back and explain your purpose to me. Sir Baristan, why are you here? You can't be helping the usurpers to assassinate me, right? No, I never wanted to hurt you. Whitebeard immediately waved his hand and said quickly, My white robe has been taken away by Joffrey. I will never serve those people in King's Landing again. Robert's heir Joffrey took off your cloak. Isn't the Kingsguard a lifelong profession? Why did he do that? Did you side with the wrong team in the Game of Thrones? Danny asked curiously. Baristan did not have many scenes in Game of Thrones, and his role was not clear enough. Her memories of him were already blurry. The Kingsguard dedicates their lives to the king. How can I side with the wrong team? Baristan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether the king was wise or mediocre, kind or cruel, wise or crazy, the Kingsguard would always be loyal to them. The Cregan family is Lannister's best and fiercest hunting hounds. Gregor Cregan is known as the Magic Mountain, and is Duke Tywin's most ferocious hound. His brother Sandor Cregan is known as the Hound, and is Joffrey's most obedient fighter. After the evil boy ascended the Iron Throne, he wanted his hound to wear the white robe. And Queen Cersei wanted his twin brother, Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, to become the captain of the Kingsguard. Get rid of me, and their wish will be fulfilled easily, Whitebeard said with grief and indignation. Oh, so you're saying that if they let you continue to be the captain of the Kingsguard, you'll continue to do so and be loyal to them? Dany asked with a frown. I don't want to lie to you. If Joffrey on the Iron Throne did not strip me of my position, there's a high possibility that I'll continue to serve the king in the King's Landing. I'm ashamed to admit this, but it's an undeniable truth. Saying this, he looked up at Dany with a sorrowful gaze. Your Majesty, please understand that the Kingsguard was born with Aegon. Their fundamental duty is to be loyal to the king on the Iron Throne. This is the first time a change of dynasty has happened in the Westeros. Theon Bella also has the blood of the true dragon. His grandmother is Princess Lele, and Princess Lele is your grandaunt. Speaking of which, you and Robert are cousins. This is a bit of a trap. All right, I understand. Sir, you're a knight who values honor as your life, and being loyal to the Iron Throne is the greatest honor of the Kingsguard. Dany nodded and let him off the hook for being a slave of 3 surnames. She asked, what do you plan to do now? Your Majesty, I've come to a realization. The old man said solemnly. Dany's mouth twitched. She gritted her teeth and said, what realization? When Joffrey took off the white cloak that White Bull tied to my shoulder and sent someone to kill me on the same day, it was as if there was a layer of fog in front of my eyes. How did all this happen, and why? The tall old man had a look of reminiscence on his face. He said sadly, I grew a beard, disguised myself, entered St. Belial's Cathedral, and sought answers from the 7 gods, starting from your father, to Robert the Usurper, and the evil and cruel Joffrey. I thought about it bit by bit, and what I did with them. In the end, I came to a realization. Once I put on the white cloak, I'll be a Kingsguard for life. But this time, I have to find a true king, and I'll die for the true king. I'm your first test subject. Dany tilted her head and looked at him. Not really. When Illyrio told me that you hatched 3 dragons, I decided to dedicate my life to you. Is this what you've realized? Because I have dragons, and the Megalosaurus is invincible, and the most promising to end the chaos and unify the 7 kingdoms again? And you went to St. Belial's Cathedral to pray for so long. Why did you hide your identity? She asked again. Barristan's eyes sharpened. He looked around and said seriously, because you have spies from King's Landing around you. In fact, you and your brother have always been under surveillance. As the captain of the Kingsguard, I'm also a member of the council. I have the right to participate in all open and secret royal meetings. Over the past 14 years, I've heard Varys report on you and your sister to Robert hundreds of times. Which lord has received you, which mercenary group your brother has been in contact with, every promise Prince Viserys has made to the merchants of the trading cities in order to restore the kingdom, every woman the prince has had sex with, even the date of your first menstrual period, was reported in detail to King Robert and his council. Chapter 113. His Majesty King Robert had to ensure that Prince Viserys and you did not have an illegitimate child. Dany's face turned green and red. She was shocked, ashamed and angry. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled. How did the siblings survive? With this thought in mind, she asked the same question. My cousin didn't send anyone to kill us. I remember that for the past decade, Viserys would often drag me out of bed in the middle of the night to avoid the assassins, or leave the city at night, or hide in the sewers of the slums for days at a time. Could he have been too sensitive? Sigh, I should have seen through Robert's disguise as a hero. The old man sighed painfully and blamed himself. All this time, I've subconsciously denied a widespread rumor. When Tywin Lannister brought Prince Rhaegar's 2 children to Robert, he smiled happily. Was the old man's brain damaged? They were talking about the assassins. Why did they bring up Rhaegar's children? As the usurper, and a collateral Targaryen at that. What's wrong with him being happy when he saw someone helping him get rid of a future threat? Dany said with a straight face. In Westeros, killing children is an extremely shameful thing, and the reason why Robert Baratheon had so many followers was because of his forthrightness, bravery, pride, and personal charm. During the War of the Usurpers, there were often captured nobles of the royal faction who were impressed by his forthrightness. How should I put it? Before he became king, Robert had a halo that made people worship him, admire him, and be willing to fight for him. But if it was proven that he killed the 2 children, his halo would be shattered, and countless people would despise him, leave him, and oppose him. Tywin Lannister helped him do what he wanted to do but could not, and he received great rewards. In the end, Tywin, who joined Robert's side, became the king's father-in-law. After catching his breath for a while, the old man continued, "In the beginning, I did not understand this. I only put all my anger on Duke Tywin. If I saw him laughing at the remains of Rhaegar's child, no one in this world could stop me from killing him. But I was so badly injured that I wasn't at King's Landing. It was only after I had sworn my allegiance to him that I faintly heard the rumor. At first I did not believe him to be such a man. Robert may have been secretly relieved with guilt, but his chivalry would never have allowed him to laugh over the broken body of an infant. The moment anyone steps onto the throne, they will become different from before," Dany said calmly. "But someone has become better." The old man looked at her with a burning gaze. "Because compared to supreme glory, I see more responsibility, heavy responsibility," she said. "So, you are the true king, and he is not." The old man smiled. His smile was bitter and gratified. "Compared to a stubborn old man like me, Robert prefers having Jaime by his side. Perhaps in the face of the Kingslayer, his usurper would be more at ease. However, I have seen him secretly order Varys to assassinate you and Prince Viserys a few times. From then on, I gradually understood that he was far from being as righteous as he appeared to others. That rumor? Sigh. He had already usurped the throne, yet he was still righteous." Dany was not in the mood to retort. "Secretly, you said?" "At the time, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, was a righteous man. He did not agree with killing the children. Robert was unwilling to oppose him directly. After all, apart from being the hand of the king, Duke Arryn was also his adoptive father. In the War of the Usurpers that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, Jon Arryn was the first to raise the flag of rebellion. However, he did not do it for himself. Because of Prince Rhaegar's kidnapping of Lyanna, the Mad King, Aerys wanted Jon Arryn to hand over Eddard Stark and Robert. Before that, the Mad King had already roasted Lyanna's father and eldest brother on fire, so crazy. Eddard and Robert were Jon Arryn's adoptive sons. Because he did not have a son of his own at his age, he had always raised them as his own. When he saw that the Mad King wanted the lives of his 2 adoptive sons, he immediately became the villain. He was known as the best adoptive father in the world of ice and fire. Since Robert did send assassins to assassinate me and Viserys many times, why did they fail so many times? Viserys definitely does not have the ability to counter assassinations. In fact, in his many years of persecution, Viserys, who was considered normal at first, was forced to go insane. "Perhaps, there is someone else secretly protecting you," Barristan said thoughtfully. "Who? Illyrio? I do not know." The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. Dany's expression changed. She asked, "You just said that Varys was the one who reported information about me and Viserys to Robert every time?" "Varys is nicknamed the 8-clawed spider. He is the chief of intelligence in the Imperial Council. His methods are astonishing. Nothing in the 7 kingdoms or on the other side of the narrow sea can escape his eyes and ears. Robert relies heavily on him. By the way, Varys also served your father for many years. He was born in Lys and made a name for himself in Pentos as an intelligence dealer. His Majesty Aerys knew of his reputation for being good at intelligence work." Dany nodded and asked, "Who is the spy among the people around me?" After a pause, Barristan said, Jorah Mormont, before you married Khal Drogo, Varys warned Robert that Prince Viserys would use you to exchange with the Horse King for 10,000 howling warriors, or the Horse King would personally help him restore his kingdom. On the day of your wedding, Jorah Mormont, who accepted the King's Landing spy mission, took the initiative to get close to Prince Viserys and swore allegiance to him. He is a shameless spy with no honor. He sells slaves and swears freely. He is not trustworthy at all. Khaleesi, let me kill him, Aggo shouted angrily. Dany sighed and said to the Blood Alliance guard, Aggo, let Grey Worm call Sir Jorah. Some things are better explained in person. The Blood Alliance guard and the Queen's Iron Guard were her trusted subordinates. 3 of the Blood Alliance guard took turns to guard her while the other 2 helped her train the Howling Warriors. After conquering Astapor, except for the Unsullied, almost all the Dothraki slaves were absorbed into Dany's Khalasar. She had learned from the Manchus in the Red Wasteland and came up with the 8 Banners system. It was not necessarily the same as the 8 Banners of the Manchus because Dany did not understand the military system of the Qing dynasty. She only changed the name of the Military Advisor Brigade Battalion. After establishing a relatively complete system of sergeants, the new centaurs only needed to fill in the gaps. The original slaves had lost their arrogance. How could they not be obedient? Her little Khalasar now had more than 1,500 people. Excluding the old people, there were about 800 adult men. A few hundred more had joined the rebel slave warriors. The Blood Alliance Guard demarcated a grassland outside the city and built a camp. In addition to daily training, they also patrolled the gate of the slave owner's manor. As for Jorah, he was helping Dany train the militia. In theory, Jorah Mormont served as Dany's Grand Marshal of the Army position, and the Unsullied Commander Grey Worm was also his subordinate. Whitebeard advised, Your Majesty, it's best to let the Unsullied tie him up first, take off his armor, and then bring him to see you. No, if he wanted to kill me, how many times would he not have the chance? Dany waved her hand. Of course, the superiors should be suspicious of everyone, but as a human, if they did not even pay a bit of trust, wouldn't it be too sad to live? About 40 minutes later, Jorah, dressed in military attire, was led by Grey Worm to the top of the Great Pyramid. As soon as he came out of the staircase, the knight found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The fake attendant who had always disliked him was completely different today. Now the way he looked at him was a little too righteous. Well, just like how Qin Yongren looked at Lu Jianming on the rooftop. In fact, Jorah had already discovered the true identity of Whitebeard, but he did not dare to reveal it to Dany because he knew that the other party must know his identity, the identity of a spy. Sir Jorah, this is Sir Barristan Selmy, the fearless Barristan, do you know him? Dany said directly. Jorah's heart thumped and secretly called the old thief treacherous. Where is the tacit understanding between the two of us? As if reading his mind, Barristan said coldly, I don't allow anyone to secretly threaten the safety of Her Majesty the Queen. Dany seemed to have an illusion in front of her eyes. Barristan coldly said to the bitter Jorah, I'm sorry, I'm a police officer. The strong bear-like knight seemed to suddenly collapse physically and mentally. He looked at Dany bitterly and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I've always wanted to be honest with you. At this time, you're still talking about being honest? Barristan sneered. You're a traitor. What right do you have to talk about me? Jorah glared at Whitebeard and persuaded Dany, Your Majesty, you can't believe this guy. He betrayed the king and prince he was loyal to and turned to the usurper. King Aerys had 7 Kingsguard. Except for him and Jaime Lannister, White Bull, Buddhist Sword, Prince Martell, and others all died on the battlefield for the monarch. Obviously, Whitebeard and Jaime are the same kind of people. This was too insulting. Jaime Lannister was almost recognized by the 7 Kingdoms as the most degenerate and the least chivalrous knight. And Barristan valued honor the most, especially the honor of being a Kingsguard. You are slandering me. In the battle at the Trident River, Prince Martell, Sir Darry, and I were with Prince Riga. The three of them died bravely. I was seriously injured and passed out on the spot. After that, I recuperated for half a year before I could hold a sword again. What about you? When I bled for Prince Riga, you stood on the side of the traitor. Barristan's old face was red as he pointed at Yora and roared loudly. Your Majesty, Yora Mormont has been betraying your secrets. You followed Drogo back to Horse King City. You were pregnant. Everything you did and said was betrayed by this shameless spy to the eight-clawed spider. Every piece of information can be exchanged for a large number of gold royals. After you and your brother die, Robert will wash away all the stains on him and return to the Seven Kingdoms in glory. Dany thought for a moment and said slowly, Sir Yora, you joined Eddard Stark to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty and joined Robert after the war with Barristan. You have your own reasons. I can understand and will not pursue it. We are only talking about the present. Whitebeard glanced at the pale Cora and sighed. Your Majesty, your breadth of mind, depth of wisdom, and benevolence surpass any king in history. It's a pity that some people are not qualified to receive your benevolence. Yora also knew that as the captain of the King's Guard, Whitebeard was clear about all the information he submitted to King's Landing. There is nothing to say. I will be lenient if I confess. I hope I can stay for the new year. Yes, I serve King's Landing. 2 years ago, when I was a mercenary in Myrtle, Varys Littlebird found me. Chapter 114. Varys promised that as long as I completed the mission, King Robert would issue a pardon, absolving me of the crime of selling slaves and escaping justice. At your Majesty's wedding to Khal, Prince Viserys easily accepted the loyalty of an exiled knight. Your Majesty, you have to understand that I did not have much loyalty to Targaryen at the time. Not to mention that I participated in the war to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. As the Earl of Bear Isle, my loyalty was to the Lord of Winterfell. And it was normal for any northerner to hate Targaryen. King Aerys had used cruel and humiliating methods to kill a king of the north and his heir. Of course, I had no prejudice against you and Prince Viserys. The problem was Prince Viserys' conspiracy with Illyrio. When I received Varys' mission, I even felt a sense of mission. Sigh, I think that no noble of the Seven Kingdoms would want to see the Dothraki wreak havoc on Westeros. Just as I once advised you, under the provocation of foreign invaders, the warring lords would even put aside their prejudices and unite to deal with the invaders. Even if the one who led the foreign invaders into Westeros was once royalty, even if the nobles were at odds with each other and even fought each other. Thump, 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 the garden on the top floor was unusually quiet. Only the sound of Dany's fingers tapping on the book cover could be heard. She was not angry, but her expression was serious. Because he understood Dany's personality, Yora's words were direct, completely expressing his state of mind at the time. If it was the old Dany Liss, he would only beg for her forgiveness, but would never say such straightforward and sincere words. It would only backfire, making the delicate and sensitive Dany Liss, who had a strong desire to restore her country, hate him even more. This Dany was more reasonable and had the magnanimity to think from the perspective of the person involved. As long as the reason was justified, she could accept it under normal circumstances. After a long time, a sea breeze blew in from the north, causing the persimmon tree branches to rustle. With a splash, a large, golden persimmon fell into the pool. Dany seemed to wake up from her thoughts. She looked at Whitebeard and asked, Sir Barristan, do you think there's a problem with Sir Yora's choice? This. The old man's face scrunched up and his mind was in a mess. He actually agreed with Cora's words. This, I understand. Dany sighed and said to the nervous undercover knight, from your perspective, it's not a big mistake. The question now is whether the oath you made to me, the oath to become the Queen's Iron Guard, counts as part of your undercover work. Can I still trust you? Dany raised her hand and interrupted him, don't force yourself. Please follow your heart. No matter what, I will not harm your life. It is human nature to miss home. When you leave, I will give you a large sum of money, enough for you to return to the Westeros and enjoy a lifetime of wealth. You can even take away the Valeglia steel armor you are wearing. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the Westeros don't even have a set of Valeglia Dragon King armor. Barristan stepped forward anxiously and interrupted, you can just give him a little more money. This set of armor may cause him trouble. Duke Tywin may even kill him out of greed. He has even lost his title as a count. How can he resist the Duke? I think you are too jealous. Cora glared at the old man angrily and turned back with red eyes. He said emotionally, Your Majesty, I will not leave. My oath to you in the Red Wasteland was completely sincere. Have you forgotten? I have advised you to leave Ursos many times and go to Jade Sea City to avoid the usurper because I know how dangerous your situation is. You should leave. Who knows if you are telling the truth? Khaleesi has our protection, Agos said coldly. I am a king's guard. Like you, I am also the princess blood of my blood, Cora argued. You are not blood of my blood. You are an Undul who looks down on centaurs. You are afraid that Khaleesi will lead the centaurs to sweep through the 7 kingdoms and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to her. That is what you said just now, Agos said sharply. Cora was at a loss for words. He stamped his foot and cried out, that was my thought more than a year ago. Now I don't care about the Westeros. If the princess is Khaleesi, then I am willing to fight for her as a Khalasar warrior. Cora's words made Whitebeard look askance. The centaur Agos' mouth was also agape, speechless. After a pause, Cora dispersed the excitement on his face and looked at Dany slowly and solemnly. I am the Queen's Iron Guard. I will only serve the Queen for the rest of my life. Everything else is not within my scope of consideration. Dany looked at him with a solemn expression and said, I hope you remember what you said today. The plot of Game of Thrones was not very useful for Dany to predict the future. Real-life experience was very different from the TV plot. However, the characters in Game of Thrones were rarely different. Cora Mormont was never cunning. In the original plot, he was Dany Rise's most loyal subordinate. Cora heard her meaning of accepting him again. He knelt down and swore in ecstasy, I swear by the life of my father, Geo Mormont. I, Cora Mormont, give all my loyalty to Dany Rise. I swear to fulfill the duties of the Queen's Iron Guard. Dany's mouth twitched. Big Bear's father, Old Bear, did not have many days to live. Your Majesty, please accept my loyalty. I am willing to be your Queen's Iron Guard. Whitebeard glanced at Big Bear and knelt down on one knee and said solemnly. I accept your loyalty. After I recover from my injuries, we will hold a more formal ceremony. Dany nodded and said seriously. Queen, what about me? The tall and strong eunuch Bevos, who had been watching the show for a long time, threw away the pork thigh bone in his hand. He wiped his greasy hands on his silk pants and came over with a smile. My attendant has become the Queen's Iron Guard. My status cannot be lower than his. Dany raised her eyebrows and laughed. Do you know what the Queen's Iron Guard represents? Other than the identity of the strongest knight, as long as you swear, you will have to serve me for the rest of your life. You are not going back to Pentos. The strongest knight? The fat eunuch looked Cora up and down and shook his head. He is definitely not as good as me. As for Pentos. Sigh, I am not the subordinate of the fat spice merchant at all. Let's put it this way. I was originally a gladiator of Meereen, a slave. After a few changes of hands, I became your bodyguard, which is also your slave. If you can feed me for the rest of my life, I will not have to worry about food and drink. That would be great. So you want to eat and drink here for the rest of your life. Then, can I let you go now? You can be considered a reserve Queen's Iron Guard. Dany pinched her nose and took him in. Dany did not know how strong he was, but she liked the fat eunuch's personality. As for whether he was Illyrio's spy, the possibility was not high, as the fat eunuch was still a gladiator in Myrene a year ago. There was no reason for a slave to betray Misha for his master. Besides, Illyrio's wealth could not compare to Dany's now. Future, wealth, faith, ideals, and future. No matter which one it was, following Dany would give him more. Khaleesi, then, should I become your queen's iron guard? Ago asked hesitantly. Why do you have such thoughts? Dany asked curiously. Without a doubt, the blood of my blood was closer to Khaleesi than the queen's iron guard was to the queen. The king's guard was a subordinate, but the blood of my blood was a brother. Well, to make an analogy, Zhao Yun was Liu Bei's king's guard, while Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were the blood of Emperor Lu's blood. Ever since the emergence of the Dothraki people, there had never been a case of a blood guard betraying the call. Dany had always treated her blood guards well. Not to mention the treatment, they could have everything she had. Every time she discussed important matters, they would definitely participate. She had even thought of marrying her handmaidens to 3 blood guards, so that they would not grind tofu every night and try to rope her in. The reason why she did not let them marry immediately was that the customs of the Khalasar had not completely changed. The marriage system had just been implemented. If the 6 of them habitually slept around, then, Ago said seriously, if you become the queen's iron guard, perhaps the Undulls will not oppose you anymore. No need. You are the blood guards. Don't care about what the Westeros think. Dany was touched. She had never thought that the rough centaurs could be so emotional. Then, she glanced at Korra and Barristan and said seriously, just like how I will not throw the Unsullied into the game of fighting for the Iron Chair, the Dothraki are my people. They should live freely in Ursos, not be hated and die tragically in a foreign land. Your Majesty. The 2 Westeros looked at Dany with complicated expressions. They wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, they sighed emotionally and stopped trying to persuade her. Although they were ashamed to admit it, they were indeed relieved. It was a little too early to be relieved. In a few years, the second long night in history would come. The Westeros would be rampaging with deviant ghosts, and the proud nobles of the 7 kingdoms would probably kneel and cry, Queen Dany, Father Unsullied, Grandpa Centaur, please save us. Dany could not help but feel a sense of urgency at the thought of the long night when the whole world would be shrouded in winter. She did not know if deviant ghosts would appear in Ursos, but all the crops would definitely stop under the snow. The winter would last for at least 5 years, so she had to prepare more than 5 years of food for her people in advance. She also had to take the Dothraki seahorses into consideration. They had never had the habit of storing food, so they might not be better off than the Westeros. She had to resume production as soon as possible. She had to solve this infernal affairs incident as soon as possible. Only then could her people unite and start a large-scale production. Thinking of this, Dany looked at Korra and said, Knight, since we've talked about it, tell me how you contacted the King's Landing and what you were involved in. Korra avoided her gaze and said awkwardly, the people who contacted me were all subordinates of Varys. I don't know who they are, but they all know me. Usually, if they need information about you or convey orders about the King's Landing, they will send me a secret signal when I'm alone. Fortunately, she was smart enough. No one except herself knew the important secrets that she had experienced after coming to this world. She didn't even tell them the truth about Valeglia and the gods in the Immortal Hall. When and where did you encounter the 8-clawed spider's secret signal? What information did you send to the King's Landing? Dany asked again. Almost all the cities have people from the 8-clawed spider. Pentos, Koer, Maong City, the small town of the Leza, Queers, seeing Dany's face getting darker and darker, and Ago starting to grip the hilt of his sword again, Korra hurriedly said, when I reached Queers, I hesitated, and then, 7 levels of hell. Dany pounded the fur cushion under her and said resentfully, what's wrong with you? In Maong City, in the Red Wasteland, how many times did you save my life? You saved me while pledging your loyalty to me, then betraying me while pledging your loyalty to the King's Landing. Aren't you tired? Tired, too tired. Cora had the urge to burst into tears after being understood by someone. Chapter 115. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. According to the Westeros, the summer of ghosts had just ended, and the Seven Kingdoms had almost entered the rare autumn. Oh, it should be autumn, and next year would officially enter bitterly cold winter. However, Slave Bay had a tropical oceanic climate, and there was not much of a change in the four seasons. Although Dany had been in this world for more than a year, she had always been in the temperate zone, and had no direct experience of the cold winter and the changes of the seasons in this world. Many times, when she led the Queen's Iron Guards to patrol the manor fields, she would tease the two Westeros, "Do you think Slave Bay is the legendary long summer?" In the light of the idea of being lenient with the enemy, in these relatively peaceful days, Dany worked at full capacity to expand the production. In half a year, rice was harvested twice, wheat and turnips were harvested once, and the second harvest was not far away. In addition to the slave trade, the Guy's people opened two projects, brick baking and bronze smelting. Dany found from her previous memory that the free trade city-states were mostly stone houses. When she asked Chola and Barristan, they also said that in the Westeros, the nobles lived in stone castles, and the civilians lived in wooden houses. How good were the brick-baking skills of the Guy's people? The three cities of Astapor, Cayuan, and Meereen, including the pyramids, streets, squares, civilian residences, and city walls, were all made of brick. Well, it must be said that the main building material of the pyramids was still boulders. This showed the brilliance of the Guy's architects. They had already considered the problem of weathering. If the rock was exposed to the outside, the pyramids would definitely quickly weathering and collapse, so the exterior of the stone pyramids was paved with many layers of red bricks. Well, the Guy's architects' concept of time was different from that of modern people. They really wanted to build a lasting foundation. The Great Pyramid named Sunrise Palace, where Dany lived, had a history of more than 5,000 years. At that time, the Guy's empire was destroyed in the hands of Valeglia. The Guy's people left the burned and salted Old Guys, the capital of the Guy's empire, located on the other side of the New Guy's Strait, and entered Slave Bay to build the three cities of Astapor, Cayuan, and Meereen. Were there any buildings on Earth that were more than 3,000 years old? Dany didn't know. In this fantasy world, many Westeros buildings had a history of 8,000 years, let alone 3,000 or 5,000 years. For example, the 19 Night Watchman fortresses under the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Winterfell, Casterly Rock, and Storm Castle. Alright, I digress. The Gith people were very skilled in baking bricks and smelting bronze. There were continuous brick factories and metallurgy factories near the mountains to the south of Astapor, but Dany did not start producing red bricks on a large scale. After she liberated all the slaves, she let them sign a labor contract and work again. However, the place where they worked again was not the brickyard, but the metallurgical factory, where they produced farm tools and swords. The Astapor iron mine was relatively rare. More than 90% of it was copper. The precious steel was used to make farming tools, hoes, sickles, shovels. In order to increase the efficiency of farmers, Dany also invented 3 kinds of plow knives. The small plow knife for mules and horses, the medium-sized plow knife for bison, and the giant plow knife for elephants. The so-called invention, she only mentioned the use, and a large group of blacksmiths and scholars racked their brains to make it a reality. Bronze weapons were definitely not suitable for this world that had entered the Iron Age for thousands of years, but a bronze spear was more threatening than a wooden stick. Not to mention the mother of dragons guards under the queen, even the strong farmers who worked part-time as militia had a bronze spear and a bronze scimitar in their hands. Dany's idea of ruling Astapor could be divided into 2 steps. First, establish laws and regulations to stabilize the people and standardize the system. Second, develop agriculture and military to fill the stomach and strengthen the military. The long night was coming, and she didn't have time to come up with a 5-year plan, only a half-year plan. The goal of the first half-year plan under Danny's rule was to restore agricultural production, stabilize the city's prices, and ensure that every household had surplus food. 3 days after the Danny Lilith Code was issued, 40% of the slave owners outside the city opened their doors and surrendered. After that, under the personal leadership of Danny, the Unsullied, the Centaur-mounted archery, the militia supply team, the Black Dragon Scout, and the White Dragon Green Dragon Flamethrower, crushed all the slave owners' stubborn resistance with their running speed. Danny roughly calculated that she had a total of 4 million mu of mature land and the same amount of semi-mature land that could be cultivated. In order to maintain the land's fertility, the Gith people took turns to farm. Don't doubt how 200,000 people cultivated 4 million mu of land. They were not as intensive as the Chinese farmers, and part of the land was planted with pasture for grazing. Half of the remaining fields were planted with olives and grapes. Danny would confiscate the land of the slave owners who surrendered to her according to the slave population in their manor. A slave confiscated 10 mu of land, and the rest of the land Danny would still nationalize the land. Well, Queen Danny was the country. But she also kept her promise, and would give monetary compensation and buy it at the original price. At the same time, the owner of the manor could also take away a lot of property other than food and livestock. Don't look at them losing more than half of their land and a lot of food. Compared with the owners of the manor who did not surrender, they were too lucky. For the slave owners of the manor who only gathered troops to rebel, except for those who died in battle, Danny would not kill again after capturing the manor. She would only let the adult men and women of the family serve as corvettes, depending on the tenacity of the resistance, ranging from 3 to 10 years. The long night was coming, and 90% of those who shouted, "Queen is merciful," would not last for 10 years. If the slave owners not only resisted the heavenly soldiers, but also dared to commit the evil act of breaking jade and stone, then they would be beheaded. In the above 2 cases, all the property would be confiscated. After measuring the land, all the farmland was redistributed by Danny. Everyone in the city, Gith people, the new free people, the city people, the slave farmers outside the city, the centaurs, and the unsullied people, each had 15 mu of land. Well, only the farmland was distributed. The pastures, fruit groves, and olive groves were still in the hands of Danny for the time being. It seemed that it was not enough. Many people did not need land, such as the skilled workers, the city merchants, the ordinary people of Gith, and so on. Danny was just using the method of distributing land to carry out a completely fair redistribution of the social wealth that had been gathered. People who did not need land could go to the Chaoyang Palace with their household register, find the queen's document, and exchange the land for gold and silver. There was no bargaining, the same as the market price before Danny broke the market in Astapor City. Well, Danny's Great Pyramid was renamed Chaoyang Palace, and a plaque written in both Honshu and Valeglia was hung at the entrance of the first floor. She told others that those beautiful square words were the dragon language, which she learned from the Megalosaurus and had magic power. The first and second floors of the pyramid had been redecorated by Danny. The first floor was where Danny received visitors and judged major crimes. The citizens could freely enter and leave to watch, equivalent to the ancient government office. It was very spacious, as big as a football field. The second floor was where government officials worked, such as handling household registration, helping the people sign contracts, real estate and land sales. The houses that originally belonged to the Gith people all belonged to Danny, or were bought at the original price, or confiscated because of crimes, or the owner of the house became public. Except for herself, there was no ordinary family in all the pyramids in the city. Except for the smaller pyramid where the bones of the ancestors of the Gith people were buried, the rest of the pyramids were used by Danny as granaries and storage warehouses for supplies. The people in the city could buy the brick houses that originally belonged to the Gith people from Danny, or they could buy the land and build it with their own money. Most of them were relatives of the big slave owners. Danny first confiscated all their property, and then subsidized the alimony of 10,000 to 100,000 gold royals, nominally belonging to the infants. Danny was not like the modern black-hearted real estate merchants. Whether it was ready-made houses or land that could be built on, it was almost real housing prices are as cheap as onions. 1 acre of land could be exchanged for a 100 square meter house. Was that cheap enough? There were more than 300,000 people in Astapor, and each of them was allocated 15 acres of land. In theory, they could exchange for 15 houses in the city. Of course, in the process of freeing the slaves, although many people died in the city, it was still impossible to give each of the 300,000 people a house, and it was impossible to open it for them to exchange. Only people who got the urban residence could exchange for a house in the city, and farmers who got the rural residence could only exchange for the big manor that originally belonged to the slave owners. Whether it was the people in the city or the farmers, each family could only exchange for a house, and the rest of the land. The farmers' land could not be bought or sold, but the people in the city could exchange for gold and silver as start-up capital. It was really hard to say who earned and who lost. Although the city was in a good location, except for the pyramids in Astapor, the ordinary streets were all dirty, messy, old, broken, and old. Even when going out, one had to wear a veil to avoid the red brick dust brought by the sea breeze. The big manors of the slave owners were all very luxurious, with brick castles, gardens, clean and clear wells, swimming pools, fruit trees, spacious courtyards and horse farms, gorgeous halls. Except for being a little far from Her Majesty the Great Queen, it was simply too perfect. The cities were maintained by the Unsullied, and the villages were managed by the village elders. Danny arranged a village elder for each manor, and according to the size of the manor, a village elder was in charge of 10 to 50 families. They did not care about their status, and lived together in the red brick castle. Then, the 10 village elders formed a village committee, responsible for collecting taxes and organizing labor. The village elders took turns to be the village chief, and the village chief had the right to meet the queen. Danny's 800 horse cavalrymen were still in charge of the village patrol. They only patrolled on the main road, and could approach the entrance and end of the village. But without the village chief's permission, they could not enter the manor. The horse cavalrymen had 2 main duties: first, to act as couriers and postmen, or help Danny pass on government orders to the villagers, or escort the village chief into the city, or deliver letters to the villagers of different villages; second, to assist the village militia in arresting bandits. The women and elderly in the Khalasar took over all the pastures from the manor owner, and helping the queen graze was their job. It could be said that the small city of Astapor was completely under Danny's control. From the center of the city to the edge of the village, Danny's rule was like an 8-clawed spider, covering more than 300,000 people. She did not think it was a big deal, but Cora, Whitebeard, and even the Green Saintess were shocked by such an orderly way of governing a country. They called her Queen, and had always regarded Astapor as a country, but for Danny, Astapor was not even a county. The county magistrate in ancient China was called Bailey Ho, and many county magistrates of rich counties ruled millions of people. Danny was at most a county magistrate of a medium-sized county, and not even a prefect. In modern society, a large community in a first-tier city had more than 300,000 people, and Danny, the queen, was immediately demoted to a neighborhood committee ant. Chapter 116. Did you know that Duke Tywin had returned to King's Landing? That was a war to determine the ownership of the Iron Throne. How could I not know that even the trading city-states along the coast were alerted? Late at night. In the Westeros, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, Aegon's palace on a high hill, the Red Keep. In a dark stone tunnel under the Red Keep, voices could be heard. The light from the torches cast 2 distorted shadows on the wall. As the 2 men walked in, they could see that a tallow torch was held in the hands of a burly man wearing a metal helmet. His companion was even more bloated than him. His 10-carat thick fingers each wore 1 or 2 rings inlaid with gems. There were red gold, silver, rubies, sapphires, large diamonds, yellow tiger's eyes. They looked like nouveau riche who loved to show off. Although the two men were fat, their footsteps were light. The man in the helmet walked as if he was gliding on ice, not making a single sound. The nouveau riche with the yellow forked beard was even more peculiar. He placed his weight on his heels and maintained the stealth state of a water dancer as he walked. One could not judge a book by its cover. These two fat men were actually brilliant water dancers. Since you knew, why did you choose to come to me at such a dangerous time? Tyrion may have Duke Tywin's intelligence, but Duke Tywin is far more vigilant and vicious than him. When facing him, as the head of intelligence, I have to be on my guard every minute and every second. Every word and every movement cannot be wrong. The man in the helmet complained. The man in the helmet wore an old hard leather coat with brown stains and a rusty iron armor. A dagger and a short sword were tied to his waist. He had a round face with scars. His upper lip was smooth, and there was a short black beard on his lower lip. If it weren't for the pair of eyes that reflected light from time to time, anyone would think that he was a fallen warrior that could be seen everywhere on the Flea Street. The nouveau riche sighed. I also did not want to come to King's Landing at this time. Although Stannis's fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, he hired Salado Sang's fleet. That infamous pirate called himself the Earl of Blackwater Bay and almost sealed off the sea route from the Narrow Sea to King's Landing. Furthermore, there was not a single ship left in the waters near King's Landing. It was completely barren. My ship did not dare to approach the shore at all. I could only wait until midnight. The smugglers used the cover of the night to send me to the dangerous shoals at the bottom of Red Keep. Then why did you come? The man in the helmet was confused. That disobedient little queen from Slaves Bay sent me a message. The rich man sighed. He sighed many times tonight. The man in the helmet became serious and asked, did she give you the information, or did your men report her information? She specifically sent a merchant ship to deliver a letter to me. What did she write? The local moneybag didn't want to sigh anymore, but when he heard this question, he still sighed heavily and said, she first expressed her gratitude to me for sending a fleet to pick her up, and then apologized for exchanging my goods for the Unsullied. After some pleasantries, she promised me that the loss of wealth caused by detaining my goods and fleet would be repaid in double. Because Astapor was alone, the seas were often patrolled by ships from Meereen and New Gith. She needed Blackbeard Grollet to control the navy. Yes, that's right. She built a small navy with a dozen or so cargo ships and 2 longships. Grollet became the minister of the navy of the Little Queen. The crew also changed and became the mother of Dragon's Sea Knights. Sai, the frightened girl who was under my care back then, had died on the Dothraki Sea and was reborn in blood and fire. The new Dragon Queen is a true Targaryen. After a long silence, the man in the helmet said, I know what you said. In the past 6 months, New Gith, Cayuan, and Meereen have all been restless. They even formed the anti-magic Mother of Dragons allied army. But they were wary of the Queen's 10,000 Unsullied and only dared to send a fleet to harass Astapor's coast. But she has a dragon. Even a young dragon can quietly burn the sails and ropes in the night. After losing 4 ships, the Allied army changed their strategy and stopped harassing the docks and coastal settlements. Instead, they completely sealed off Astapor's trade activities. But other than the slave trade, what other goods does Astapor have? Sealing off the sea route has no effect on her. If Dany was here, she could easily guess their identities from their conversation. One was the governor of Pentos, an old friend of the Targaryen family, Illyrio. The other was the Westeros chief of intelligence, Varys, known as the 8-clawed spider. After Cora confessed, Dany guessed that Illyrio was in contact with Varys. Hearing her guess, Barristan directly told her that more than 20 years ago, Varys and Illyrio were best friends and business partners. As an intelligence dealer, Varys hid in the dark and was responsible for gathering information. Illyrio helped him find customers who needed information. At the same time, he helped those customers to build his own business network. The two of them were a perfect match and made a name for themselves in Pentos. Even King Eris, who was on the other side of the narrow sea, knew about them. At this time, the two old friends were talking as they walked. Soon, they reached the end of the passage. Walking up the narrow staircase that spiraled upwards for about 2 floors, the view in front suddenly widened. As the firelight shone, the hazy monster's head in the dark revealed its true appearance. In the huge cavern, between the stone pillars on both sides, there was a row of ferocious-looking huge dragon bones. I wonder when the Dragon Queen's 3 dragons will grow to that size. Illyrio looked at the skull that was as tall as a building in front of him, the legendary Balerion. She explained in detail in the letter she gave me why she could not come to Pentos. First, she was too soft-hearted. She only wanted to buy the Unsullied to protect herself. After seeing the miserable state of the slaves, she decided to do what a queen should do: make the world a better place. The corner of Varys's mouth twitched. He was speechless. I remember that she did not receive the slightest bit of royal education. She was surrounded by cruel centaurs. Where did this idea come from? Maybe it was that overly righteous captain of the King's Guard. The fearless Barristan is a legendary figure. His influence on her must be greater than Mormont's. I'm a little regretful that I sent that old man to find the little queen. Varys sighed. We originally thought that Barristan would help her increase her influence. He is famous in the Westeros and can influence the choices of some knights. Illyrio shrugged and continued, second, she wants to wait for the dragons to grow up. Very smart. Varys nodded and praised, then shook his head. But we do not need a long-haired Aegon. She can be Rhaenys or Visenya, but she cannot be Aegon. If the dragons are controlled by her, our plan. Varys's voice trailed off. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Hee, don't worry, my brother. Illyrio patted the fat eunuch's shoulder and laughed. Dragons have 3 heads. A knight can only control 1 dragon. That dragon queen is still asking me about the Targaryen bastard. She wants. Varys's expression softened, and he said thoughtfully, I did not receive this news. It seems that Astapor's little bird is slacking off. Perhaps she did not even mention it to anyone else. Your little bird cannot have heard all the secrets. She told me that she saw a prophecy in the Hall of the Immortals. Dragons have 3 heads, and her dragons need 3 dragon knights. If there are no bastards, we can also contact the Valerian family on Tidehead Island. At this point, Illyrio teased the fat eunuch. Should we let that 6-year-old kid off easy? Valerian was to the Targaryens what Mormont was to Stark. They were both loyal for 1,000 years. When Valeglia ruled the world, Valerian was a retainer of the Targaryen family. Later, when the Targaryens left Valeglia for Dragonstone Island, Valerian followed suit and settled down on Tidehead Island, next to Dragonstone Island. In the early days of the dynasty, the two families were frequently connected by marriage. They could almost be considered one family. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, other than the Targaryens, Valerian also obtained the right to control dragons. If the Valerian family knew that Dany had hatched a dragon, they would probably abandon their families and businesses and leave the Westeros to serve under Dany. And Dany would definitely accept them and put them in an important position. Unfortunately, they did not know. Even if they knew, it was useless. In recent years, the Valerian family had declined greatly. The previous Count Valerian had just died in the Battle of Red Cliffs caused by Tyrion. He only left behind a 6-year-old son and an adult bastard brother. Varys's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly guessed the reason Illyrio had come to find him. He muttered, "You want Griffin to go to Astapor in advance?" A glint flashed in Illyrio's fat pig eyes. He smiled and nodded. "I came to find you precisely because I had this thought. It is only safe to say such things face to face. What do you think?" Varys frowned. He stuck the torch between the sharp teeth of a dragon's skull and paced back and forth in the spacious stone hall. The thick soles of his shoes made irritated sounds of friction on the ground. Clearly, he had lost the calm state of mind that he had maintained all this while and had left the water dancer state. The Horse King died in an accident, and she miraculously used the 3 broken stones you gave her to hatch a dragon. Our plan changed again and again. The third revision of the plan was to let little Griffin slowly interact with her and the dragon, and only reveal his identity after he gained the dragon's favor. Now, although I don't want to, it seems like it's time for the 4th revision of the plan. Illyrio sighed and said helplessly, Astapor is not Pentos. Some things are not easy for me to arrange. Continue, the 8-clawed spider said. Continue what? The 3rd reason. Oh. Illyrio nodded. She believes that winter is coming, and starting a war of conquest will cause a large number of civilians to die. This reason is the same as our previous plan. However, it is not because we are worried about the civilians, but because the price of starting a war in winter is too high. There are too many uncertainties. A sudden snowstorm could cause the death of 100,000 soldiers. Sigh, the situation is changing too quickly. The rhythm is no longer in our control. Varys looked helpless. The war between the lion and the wolf was a plot he had planned long ago, but it happened too early. It happened too early, so early that he had no choice but to get Viserys and the Horse King to fill the hole. However, not only did those 2 fail to fill the hole, they even created an even deeper hole. I have a feeling that other than me, there is another chess player hiding in the shadows, the eunuch said with a sigh. The dragon is a symbol of status, and a power that can decide the situation. No matter how big the change is, it is insignificant in front of the Megalosaurus, Illyrio said. Varys nodded his head in agreement. In a game of power, the Megalosaurus was enough to counteract all unfavorable factors, and could even overturn the chessboard. We can let Griffin go, but not now. Varys gritted his teeth and complained, since she has more than 10,000 unsullied, why didn't she wipe out Slaver's Bay immediately? Now, the anti-magic mother of Dragon's army is wantonly searching for mercenaries. In the past half a year, the second sons, Rose, and Raven have all entered Kayuan. If not for the Blood Troop being hired by Duke Tywin earlier, that group of Blood Troop would also appear on the opposite side of the Dragon Queen. Chapter 117. In the past year, the situation in the Westeros had also changed drastically. When Dany was still a guest in Queers, Robert the Usurper's best friend, Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, followed in the footsteps of her father and brother, and was beheaded by Mad King II, Joffrey in the most humiliating way possible. Stark's family in the Northern Territory was undoubtedly the main character in Game of Thrones, and their tragic fate was deeply sympathized by the audience. When Dany watched the show, she often thought of them as characters. But from an objective point of view, their family's fate was not too unjust. First, let's talk about Eddard's death. Rather than saying that Eddard died at the hands of Joffrey because of Robert, it was more accurate to say that his wife and daughter worked together to kill him. It was said that Eddard Stark had a low EQ and no political brain, but he knew very well that he was not suitable for the King's Landing. When Robert personally came to the Northern Territory to ask him to be the Prime Minister, he was going to refuse. Robert is my best friend. If I refuse him, he will definitely fly into a rage and scold me. But in a few days, we will be good again. At that time, after holding hands with his wife, I'd said this to her. Eddard and Robert grew up in the Arryn Valley. They were both adopted sons of Duke Arryn, and they had rebelled together. They were the best friends in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Eddard's judgment was not wrong. But his wife was the most orthodox of noblewomen, and she was very realistic when it came to matters. When they were young, Catelyn Tully could face her childhood sweetheart Littlefinger's love with the most rational of emotions. Now that she was a mother of 5, she could also handle King Robert's invitation with the most rational of attitudes. She urged her husband to accept the king's appointment, with two reasons. First, in the past, they were good friends. Now that he was the king and she was his subject, the heavenly might was unpredictable. Second, the child had grown up, and it was time to talk about marriage. King's Landing was the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, a place where the nobles gathered. Rob, the eldest son, was the heir, so he had to stay behind when his father was not around. Rickon, the third son, was only 3 years old and could not leave his mother. Caitlin herself would not go to King's Landing. There were 3 children who planned to go with Ide to King's Landing: Sansa, Arya, and Bran. 2 of the daughters were looking for husbands. Caitlin and her husband did not like Theon and never wanted him to marry Sansa, and Bran, as the second son, did not have the right to inherit, so his future was bleak. It was not an unfounded fear. Ide's younger brother, Ben-Jen, did not have the right to inherit and ended up as a night watchman at the wall. If he went to King's Landing, with the protection of his father and the king's uncle, Bran could at least become a full knight. If he was lucky, he might even become a Kingsguard. There was no doubt that Caitlin Tully made the choice that a good wife and mother should make. Unfortunately, she was too politically naive and ignored the fact that King's Landing was facing a storm, and her husband had no ability to avoid it. Instigating her husband to go to King's Landing was barely enough to clear her name, but kidnapping Tyrion was too stupid. Well, it was also because Littlefinger was too smart. He gave her the Super Mary Sue mentality of, a man who loves me will not hurt me. Even if I get married, he will continue to be my bootlicker. It was easy to fool Caitlin, making her believe that the person who murdered Bran was Tyrion. She could not help but sigh. Littlefinger was really a role model in the world of bootlickers. He had ruined the family of that adulterous couple back then. Back to the topic, even though Tyrion was a dwarf and was not liked by her father, he was still a Lannister. When Caitlin kidnapped him, it meant that Stark plus Tully had officially declared war on Lannister. This put Ide and the Queen's faction in King's Landing in a disadvantageous situation. Even though his best friend was the king, Lannister's power was too great. Robert had borrowed 3 million gold royals from Duke Tywin, and most of the court relied on Lannister. After talking about how the wife cheated the husband, let's talk about how Sansa Stark cheated the father. When Ide found out that Robert and the Queen's 3 children were not the king's, he did not immediately expose the matter to Robert. He had a righteous heart that was a little pedantic. He was worried that Robert would kill Cersei's 3 children like how Tywin killed Prince Rhaegar's children. So he secretly found Cersei and told her, I know what you've done. I haven't told my poor but cruel best friend yet. I'll give you 3 days to take the children away, and then our 2 families will fight it out on the battlefield. When Cersei found out that he knew, she killed Robert in advance. Because in King's Landing, Ide's power came from the king. Normally, after killing Robert, Cersei should have immediately taken down Ide's family, or at least controlled him. But Cersei did not. In the first stage of Game of Thrones, the power struggle was Ide versus Cersei. The 2 main characters were both noobs at power struggles. Compared to Tywin, Varys, Littlefinger, Prince Martell, and Highgarden Rose, these 2 were like chickens pecking at each other. Cersei's court skills were maxed out, but her court skills were very advanced. After all, Ide had experienced the War of the Usurpers that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He had some experience and a certain political sense. When he saw his best friend die, the day after he gave Cersei his last notice, he immediately understood that he had killed his best friend. In his grief and regret, he decided to use his life to protect his best friend's Baratheon dynasty. At that time, Ide already knew that he would die, but he did not want his 2 daughters to die with him. So he held back and planned to secretly send his 2 daughters to a fast ship that he had prepared beforehand. When they left King's Landing, he would fight Lannister alone. Not to mention, when the king was first killed, Ide did have the capital to fight for his life. This was because Renly, Varys, and the others wanted to support him. Even Littlefinger, who had secretly made him bleed, did not want him to fall immediately. Those people did not support Ide's justice, but for the sake of political balance. If I'd fell, the next hand of the king would definitely be Duke Tywin, who had maxed out his military, financial, political, and court skills. Unfortunately, I'd righteously rejected the suggestions of those who supported him. The king's third brother, Duke Renly, could only run away. Varys did not dare to meet him again. Littlefinger decisively joined Cersei. At this time, Ide was still bound to lose, but he had already resolved himself. His best friend had gone to hell. Why should he be afraid of death? It had to be said that if Ide wanted to, he was very good at hiding secrets. Just like how he hid Jon Snow's identity from everyone, including the cunning Varys and Littlefinger, he also hid his plan to secretly send his 2 daughters away from King's Landing. Then, his eldest daughter Sansa came out to trick him. The night before she left, she secretly went to see Cersei and told her everything about her departure. In the beginning, Sansa was a typical infatuated, noble girl. She liked handsome young men, and Joffrey was very handsome, so she couldn't bear to leave him. Cersei suddenly woke up. The next day, she captured Ide and threw him into the dungeons. Ide's men were all killed. The Tower of the Hand was bathed in blood. Only Sansa and her handmaiden, Jane, survived. Arya was left on the streets. Ide was already prepared to die. He was not afraid of being thrown into the dungeons. But with his daughters in Cersei's hands, he had to give up his honor for the second time in his life. For his daughters, he admitted to the people of King's Landing at St. Baelor's Cathedral that he had committed treason and that Joffrey was the rightful king. According to his agreement with Cersei, when he surrendered, Joffrey would let him wear a black cloak and serve as a night's watch. But Joffrey was too crazy. He went back on his word and cut off Sansa's father's head in front of her. Sansa had not only betrayed her father, but she also had to bear a large part of the responsibility for the House of Wolves' subsequent tragedies. How many stupid things had Catelyn done to save her? Alright, now that Ide's death, let's talk about other things. After Ide was imprisoned, 4 kings rose to power. Robb, king of the North, wanted to avenge his father. He owned the North and Riverdale, the Wolves and Trout. King Robert's cheap son, Joffrey, owned the Lion King's Landing and the West. Stannis, Duke of Dragonstone, owned Dragonstone and the nearby islands. He owned the King of Light's Red Heart and the Stag. Renly, Robert's third brother, Duke of Storm's End. He owned the Stormwind and River Bend. He owned the Golden Rose and the Crowned Stag. Of the 7 kingdoms, only Dorne and the Arryn Vale did not participate. But the Dorne-Martell family had a blood feud with Lannister. Rhaegar's wife, Elia, was a Dornish princess. She and her 2 children had died at the hands of Tywin. The Arryn Vale was controlled by Catelyn's sister, Lisa. In theory, it belonged to Robb's side, but Lisa only listened to Littlefinger. Of the 4 factions, Robb's was the strongest on paper. The wolf plus fish plus eagle, valley, plus deer network he had built during the War of the Usurpers was not completely broken. At least, that was how the naive Robb and Catelyn saw it. But this turmoil was caused by Lisa's madness. Lisa killed her husband and told her sister that Lannister had killed him. The eagle had already left the alliance. Speaking of Lisa, Ed Stark's marriage was like this: I married my sister-in-law, my foster father married my sister-in-law, and I became in-laws with my most respected foster father. I was very happy, but my sister-in-law was my wife's bootlicker. Sanlu Renly was happy to continue the alliance, but Erlu Stannis was a loner. No one could guess what he was thinking. Erlu gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to be king. I don't want to be the child of prophecy. Why do you have to force me? He also secretly arranged for the red-robed priestess to use the ghost child to kill his own brother. Well, as mentioned before, the Lord of Light Lalo was 2 sides of the same coin. He was the god of fire and a demon who could control shadows. His priests had the blood witchcraft to control shadows to kill people. The red-robed priestess's shadow demon seemed to be even more abnormal than the Shikamaru family's shadow magic. When the shadow slit Renly's throat, he was equipped with a full set of armor. Even an axe could not cut through the armor, but the shadow tore through the armor like it was paper. Sanlu died before he could succeed. He was the first to receive his lunchbox. His stag plus golden rose alliance was dissolved. The stag belonged to Erlu, and the golden rose was in the wilderness. After Erlu became the leader of the Bucks, not only did he reject Rob's alliance, he also ordered the red-robed woman to use blood witchcraft to curse Rob to death. He wasn't sure if Rob's death was related to it, but Joffrey, Rob, and Beren, who were cursed by the red-robed woman, all died an unnatural death. Chapter 118. Now, let's talk about Lannister. The Western region and the King's territory, part of it, were hostile to almost all the other 6 kingdoms. Even without the ambiguous attitude of the Arryn Valley, it was still a situation of wolf plus fish plus deer plus rose versus lion. Dwayne was also eyeing the lion covetously. If either Erlu or Robb had an IQ, the lion family would be finished. Erlu didn't even take down the wild goose before shouting, "I'll eat the roasted goose alone, you guys don't have a share." He was a bit brainless. Because his father and grandfather died in King's Landing, Robb had the idea that, it's not our fault that the Northerners don't have political IQ, it's the Southerners who are too cunning. He wanted to break the unity of the 7 kingdoms and declare the independence of the Northern region and Hejien land. He wanted to call himself the King of the North. So what if we Northerners are stupid? I'm not playing with you anymore. If he only declared the independence of the Northern region, no one would pay attention to him. The Northern region was bitter and cold. On the surface, it didn't contribute anything to the 7 kingdoms. On the contrary, it was a huge burden. When winter came, Northerners couldn't survive and would go south to ask for food. The key was Hejien land. The vast plains of the Trident River were the center of the Westeros. Together with the neighboring River Bend, they were known as the Granary of the 7 Kingdoms. No king who won the Iron Throne would allow Hejien land to become independent. Sonlu Renly was still a bit rational. In the face of such a request, he only said, "Let's first take down King's Landing. The bottom line is that we allow the northern region to become independent. We can postpone the discussion of Hejien land." Erlu, however, directly declared Luo by a traitor and gave him a great killing curse. Even if Robb and Erlu were stupid and started to fight among themselves before the enemy was eliminated, the situation of the Lion family was still not good. Erlu had been on the battlefield for a long time. Robb was a natural talent. The author of Song of Ice and Fire wrote about him, Huotsubing. Huotsubing had an awesome great general uncle to teach him, while Luo Bai was born with the war god halo. His father, Eid Stark, was not a famous general, and no one taught him anything. Huotsubing had been an intern in the military for many years and only soared when he was 17. Luo Bo had been learning swordsmanship from a martial arts instructor for 13 years and had not graduated. At 14, he shone brightly and even Tywin and Jaime had lost to his sword. How did Luo Bai do that? Because Tywin made the first move. When his son Tyrion was kidnapped by Catelyn, he split his army into 2 groups. One group was led by Jaime, with 12,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. They went out of Golden Tooth City and took Hejien Avenue to attack the capital of Hejien, Rapids. Robb's grandfather was the Duke of Rapids. The other group was led by Duke Tywin himself, with around 20,000 men. They took Golden Avenue and used the royal territory to take a big detour to attack Hejien's back. At the beginning of the war, due to the pincer attack, Hejien was almost destroyed. The fish was taken down by the lion. Not only was Rapids surrounded by Jaime, but even Robb's uncle, Eid, the only successor of the fish, was not captured. Tywin's army devoured Hejien, completely destroying the aristocratic rule and agricultural production in Hejien. Tywin hired a mercenary group from Ursos, the Blood Troop, to do the dirty work. The Blood Troop was known as the most notorious mercenary group in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Hejian was almost a purgatory. Then, Luo Bai, who had just entered the battlefield, led 13,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry south. At that time, Taiwan was already waiting for an exhausted enemy. He deployed his army to King's Avenue on the east bank of Green Fork River, which was considered the only road south to King's Landing. If Luo Bai went south directly, he would encounter Taiwan's army, which had the terrain advantage. And Taiwan had indeed prepared a trump card for the young wolf master, Tyrion's mountain clan troops and Demon Mountain's old, weak, sick, and disabled people at Green Fork River. Because Demon Mountain and Tyrion were leading the troops, Luo Bai would definitely think that they were the main force. When Luo Bai's main force entered, Taiwan's real main force would come from the east and drive the troops fighting at the river into the river, including his own people. But Luo Bai grew up listening to the legends of Duke Taiwan. Deep down, he was actually afraid of fighting him head-on. At the same time, Luo Bai's god of war cheat, intuition, warned him that this battle was dangerous. Then, he really used the cheat. He also divided his troops into two groups. He let the most cautious Luce Bolton lead 13,000 infantrymen to confront Duke Taiwan. He himself led 5,000 cavalrymen to the west to reinforce Riverrun City. But other than taking King's Avenue, there was only one way to cross Green Fork River. Marquis Fry, who only had a shallow family heritage of 600 years, built a bridge over Green Fork River. In order to cross the river, Luo Bai and Walter Fry signed a sacred contract. Fry would submit to the King of the North. Not only would he allow Luo Bai's army to cross the river, the Fry family would also send thousands of soldiers to join Luo Bai's army. In return, 1. Luo Bai would marry a woman from the Fry family. 2. Arya would marry into the Fry family. 3. Caitlin would adopt 2 sons from the Fry family. To be honest, Marquis Fry did not take advantage of the situation. Both sides' contributions and returns were almost equal. After all, Luo Bai was rebelling. Allowing him to cross the river was only secondary. Fry also provided a large number of troops and supplies. Among Luo Bai's vassals, other than his uncle, the Fry family was the group that contributed the most. They had about 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers. Luo Bai's 5,000 cavalrymen and Frey's several thousand men, under the leadership of the local snake, Blackfish, ambushed and captured Jaime Lannister in the Forest of Babbles. Blackfish, blind and Tully, was Luo Bai's second grandfather. He became famous in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins King and participated in the War of the Usurpers that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He was an experienced general. Luo Bai's talent plus Blackfish's experience equals undefeated. After taking down Jaime and wiping out the 15,000 lion army that besieged Riverrun City, the situation on Riverrun City was immediately reversed. Taiwan was pinned down by Luce Bolton's northern infantrymen on the front. On the flanks, Luo Bai integrated the army of the Riverrun vassals and formed a huge military pressure. At the rear, not only was the King's Landing unable to provide support, it was also besieged by the Deer army. It could be said that at that time, Lannister's life depended on Luo Bai's thoughts. If Luo Bai was not so smart and fought recklessly, even if Taiwan could escape, he could only escape to the King's Landing alone. Unfortunately, Luo Bai was too smart. He was not being derogatory. He had already considered the situation after the battle. Erlu did not allow him to be independent and was also his enemy. If the wolf and lion fought fiercely, even if he could win, he would lose 800 of his own men. In the end, Erlu would have to clean up the mess. Of course, Lannister was different from Erlu. Erlu only opposed the independence of the Northern Territory, but Lannister chopped off his father's head. Therefore, Luo Bai would not let Taiwan go. Since he could not fight head-on, he would have to outsmart him. After all, he was born to be a god of war. Therefore, not only did Luo Bai not encircle and suppress Taiwan in the east, he instead went west and led the war into Lannister's territory. He came up with a different world version of the dragging knife strategy. If Tywin pursued him, he would find a favorable place to ambush him. Both He Yu and Luo Bai had even found an ambush place. If Tywin did not pursue, the Western Territory would be at the mercy of the wolf. Lannister's family had a lot of gold and silver mines. Luo Bai and the others had plundered a lot. When they took Casterly Rock City, Lannister's family would be finished. It had to be said that Luo Bai's plan was very thorough. In order not to reveal his strategy, even his uncle Idmuller and the commander of the Northern Territory's infantry, Roose Bolton, did not know about his dragging knife strategy. In order to make it more realistic, Luo Bai deliberately left Idmuller in Rapid City to resist Tywin's return to the west. Luo Bai knew that his uncle's skills in the war would not be able to stop Tywin's return to the west. Idmuller's bait had failed, so Tywin would not suspect that it was a scheme. During the whole process, Luo Bai could be said to have calculated both himself and others. He used his tactical skills to the extreme. According to his plan, even if Erlu easily took King's Landing, which only had 3,000 soldiers, and the Wolf family had suffered great losses in the battle with the Lion family, he could still benefit from the Western Territory. Jaime had been captured by him, and if he took down Duke Tywin, Casterly Rock City would most likely surrender. It could be said that Luo Bai had done everything he could do on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Tywin was not led by the nose by him. From the beginning, not only did Luo Bai want to defeat Tywin unscathed, but Tywin also wanted to send that little brat to meet his dead father with the least loss. When he found that Luo Bai was not as weak as he had thought, Tywin completely gave up the idea of winning the battlefield. Lannister had many enemies, so he did not have the energy to waste on the hard-headed Northerners. War was just a service for politics. Tywin not only knew how to fight, but he was also proficient in the game of power. While Luo Bai was still lying on the map, thinking hard about the dragging out the knife strategy, Tywin had already started writing letters. Tywin's classic quote, "Some victories are won with swords and spears, some with pen and paper and crows." He sent out and received more than 100 messenger crows every day. Luo Bai's battlefield was in Hejian and the Western Territory, but his battlefield was all over the Westeros. Did Fry and Bolton, who betrayed Luo Bai in the future, receive his messenger crows? They must have. Roose Bolton, who was recognized by the Northerners as cautious and experienced, did a big, stupid thing when he was stationed at Hellenberg. The infantry, which was already stretched thin, split up again. Tywin killed 4,000 to 5,000 of the original 13,000 infantry at Green Fork River, leaving only about 8,000 left. Then, Roose Bolton split up half of his infantry to go south to King's Landing. At that time, Luo Bai was in Cliff City, but about one-third of the infantry in the Northern Territory was attacking Twilight Valley. Cliff City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. Even Roose Bolton's Hellenberg was more than 600 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. It was all mud roads, the Middle Ages where you had to rely on two legs to travel. Without a doubt, the army that attacked Twilight Valley was completely annihilated. Yes, it must be said here that Luo Bai's army was made up of many vassals, and Roose Bolton also brought a group of soldiers from his territory. Those that he sent to Twilight Valley were all hardcore members of the House of Stark, while his own men stayed at Hellenberg. After the two battles at Green Fork River and Twilight Valley, the Northerners only had one-third of their infantry left, or rather, only the Bolton family's men left. This was one of Tywin's methods. Other than dissolving the enemy from within, Tywin also secretly developed a new ally, the Golden Rose, that was left in the wilderness after Sanlu's death. Tywin facilitated the marriage between Joffrey and Little Rose Marjorie. The lion was the king, and the rose was the queen. In terms of strength, Harcourt's Rose was the strongest among the 7 countries. Not only did they have one-third of the Westeros navy, they also had the most cavalry. For example, the king of the Northern Territory, Luo Bai, only had 5,000 cavalry, and the Western Territory had slightly more than that. Tywin and Jaime had about 7,000 cavalry in total. However, River Bend had prepared more than 20,000 cavalry for Sanlu, and 50,000 infantry. Even if Khal Drogo didn't die, his Khalasar wouldn't be a match for Harcourt's family. As long as the 7 countries were united, unless the Valeglia Empire was reborn, no one would be able to conquer the Westeros by force. Even Dany with 3 dragons wouldn't be able to do it, and 10,000 Unsullied would only cause a ripple. Back to the main topic. Old Lion, who had secretly formed an alliance with Rose, didn't reveal this trump card. He purposely followed Luo Bai's wishes and returned to the west, but he purposely wasn't a match for Ida's admiration. He suddenly headed south and joined forces with Rose, who was advancing east, and headed straight for the King's Landing. Well, he ignored Luo Bai. Because Luo Bai had already committed suicide, he wasn't a threat anymore. Do you still remember the first man who broke off his engagement, the Dragon Flare Prince? Because of Jenny in the city of Barren Stone, he broke his sacred engagement with Princess Theon. Because of Jenny in the Cliff City, the third man who broke off his engagement, Luo Bai broke his oath with the Frey family. Well, history was repeating itself at this moment. Another gentle and beautiful Jenny, another handsome and affectionate young king. During the attack on the Cliff City, Luo Bai was injured by a stray arrow. After that, he was taken care of by Jenny Westerling, the daughter of the Earl of Cliff City, Gavin Westerling. Why did the eldest daughter of the Earl personally take care of him? What about the servants and maids? It was very likely that Jenny's mother, Sebel, arranged it on purpose. At that time, her situation was very bad. Her husband was captured by Luo Bai, and her family's city was also occupied by the Northerners. It wasn't clear how much Duke Tywin played in this. Anyway, not long after, Luo Bai and Jenny had sex. In order to protect Jenny's honor, and also because he was a virgin, Luo Bai was more impulsive. He didn't take Jenny as his lover, instead, he publicly announced his marriage with her the next day. Jenny's mother, Sebel, had always been in contact with Tywin. She even secretly fed her daughter Moon Tea, the contraceptive pill from the world of ice and fire. After Luo Bai died in the blood wedding, Sebel received a lot of benefits from Lannister. Her brother was promoted to Earl of Castine, her son married a Lannister, and her 2 daughters arranged marriages, including Luo Bai's wife, Jenny. Luo Bai, the man who broke off his engagement, inexplicably went from being a powerful player to being eliminated. Next was Erlu and Lannister. Erlu sent the red-robed woman to kill Sanlu with blood magic. After that, he used a similar method to seize his younger brother's Phoenix Breath castle. After that, he advanced by sea, wanting to take down King's Landing in one fell swoop. At King's Landing, there were only 6,000 gold-robed men. 4,000 of them were newly recruited street thugs. They weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Their naval forces were also far from being a match for Dragonstone Island's navy. Erlu firmly controlled the sea. If there were no accidents, Erlu could easily take down King's Landing. However, the little devil Tyrion went into overdrive. As one of the main characters, he was also a cheat. To be honest, Dany and Liz's experience in hatching dragons and subduing Unsullied was already considered a cheat. However, compared to Tyrion, they were still a long way off. Facing Erlu, who had absolute military superiority, Tyrion possessed Zhou Yu plus Guan Yu and turned Erlu into Boss Chow in the Battle of Red Cliffs. At that time, the battle went like this: King's Landing was located on the north bank of the Blackwater River. To the east of King's Landing was Blackwater Bay. Erlu's army came from the Storm Territory in the south. Tyrion burned the docks along the Blackwater River and any buildings that were conducive to landing. The area outside King's Landing's walls was completely cleared. If they wanted to attack King's Landing, Erlu would have to build a pontoon bridge across the Blackwater River. Therefore, Erlu's fleet would have to enter the Blackwater River from the sea. They would have to use ships to transport their troops or connect the ships with each other. Then, they would have to use a springboard to assemble a crude, wooden bridge. Tyrion built 2 capstan towers at the mouth of the Blackwater River. The stone towers were connected to a metal chain. When Erlu's fleet entered the river, the metal chain would sink to the bottom of the river. When most of the enemy fleet entered the Blackwater River, the capstan would twist and straighten the metal chain. This way, the river would be sealed off by a metal chain. This was actually nothing. If this was an ancient naval battle in a normal world, even if the retreat route was sealed off, I would have a strong military force and would not need to retreat. Moreover, my ships were not chained together like Chow Chow's. If you threw a fire ship from upstream, I could dodge it or use a pole to push the fire ship away. The problem was that this was a fantasy world. The scholars had been developing for thousands of years and still could not come up with anything that could be called science. Fire warlocks, on the other hand, had long been able to produce strange wildfires. Tyrion was indeed possessed by Zhou Yu and threw a fire ship from upstream. However, the ship's hold was not filled with kerosene but with wildfire. Wildfire equals incendiary bomb plus Amaterasu. 2. The green flames burned the lower half of the Blackwater River into hell. After setting the warships ablaze, Tyrion transformed into Lord Guan Yu again. Barely more than a meter tall, he fought his way through a horde of tall, muscular foes. If not for Cersei, she would have sent someone to shoot him in the back. The imp would have been able to pass through the Erlu siege of King's Landing, which was a hellish difficulty level. Well, Duke Tywin was also ruthless. He had been hiding in a corner and waiting for Erlu's army to lose momentum at King's Landing. Only then did he come out to reap the fruits of his son's victory. Thus, in the Battle of the Four Kings, Sanlu, Erlu, and Robb left one after another. Joffrey had the last laugh. Well, at least he was not dead yet. The first battle of the Westeros came to an end.